You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. It's Tuesday night, October 10th, 2023 at around 11 p.m. And we're going to play a new series today called Escape the Crate. And the box we're going to play is called Night of the Vampire. I'm going to talk a little bit about this series, the little I know about it, in a moment. First, let's just catch up on a little bookkeeping. On Sunday, I did a 2.5-hour live stream, the first developer diary about High and Low, the narrative detective mystery game that I've been working on with some help from people in the channel. If you're curious about that game or you think you might want to help, you should check out that video. Tomorrow I'm actually going to be attending the local board game group here, Kudo Plays, and talking about the game for 5 minutes to just, I guess, give a little overview of what it's about. And then I think tomorrow, if all goes well, we'll play the new Deadbolt Mystery Society box called Fall of the House of Asher, which just arrived today. It's an out-of-subscription box, which means even if you subscribe to their service, you have to order it separately, which I don't really understand. I don't understand how they can make so many of these that they can afford to sell them, that they can make extras. Last week, we played one of the games that was an extra called The Unmarked Grave, which I did not love. And in fact, at the end of it, I really went a little bit on tilt with the final puzzle and complained about it quite dramatically after the fact. Some people on the Discord said, well, the puzzle wasn't quite as bugged as we thought. I still think that's troublesome, but if you were curious about that, you could visit the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a link on the About page where someone posted their solution and Jonathan worked it up with some diagrams. Okay, so I said Deadbolt Mystery Society tomorrow if all goes well. And then I think on Friday we're going to try this Curios Albrecht Manor, which is supposed to be creepy. It's a little bit of a found document vibe. It's not clear to me what to expect from it, how long it is. It's one of these games that it's a real one-off. It's not quite a one-off. The same people made two, but they're more people who make sort of esoteric art books, so I really don't know what we're in for. While Anna is in the chat, let me just check in here with the chat. I want to show you a gift that I was sent by a viewer on the channel. It's a mug, and on the back it says, this could get us killed or it could break the case wide open. And I want to show you, though, if you look carefully at the front, the badge says assistant to the lead detective. And I think that's a little joke about Anna being the lead detective and me being the assistant. We're all assistants to Anna here, I guess. All right, what else do we need to talk about? I did write a little bit of code to help me scroll through the chat if it ever scrolls up. Sometimes when I get to a review, I've missed some comments. Hopefully now I can fix that. I'll experiment with that once we get some more chat. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Escape the Crate. I know there are a bunch of these. It's another subscription service sold through its own website. But someone in the Discord was telling me you should set your expectations differently for this game. It was sort of this series was sort of a passion project by a middle school teacher, I believe he said, who was creating games for his students. So I think probably we'll expect an easier game here and maybe a sort of PG rated or less game. So this might not be the perfect game for us. However, we've played a couple of these subscription service boxes, and it's always fascinating to try the new ones, to see what they're like, what they do differently. We played one called Finders Keepers, and there are a couple more. There's the Conundrum box, and I've been trying to pick them up, occasionally used, so that we can sample all these different companies and see what they do differently, which one is perfect for us. So far, Deadbolt Mystery Society seems most closely aligned to my interests and my level of sort of narrative and adult and theme. But we'll see what this is like. If nothing else, it'll be fun to see how a different system works. Okay, before we get started, anyone in the chat have any project they're working on? Anything interesting to talk about? We've got a lot of games to play in October. I don't think we're going to get to all of them, but that's why I've scheduled a bunch of them for the next couple of days to see if we can't start catching up. If you like these videos and you want to see more, please give this video a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, stop by the Discord, stop by the Board Game Geek Guild, say hello. Someone in the Discord was posting about Amazon Prime Day sales, and there were a couple of interest. One is a game that we played and thought very highly of on the channel called The Night Hunter, was on sale for $25. Might still be on sale at Amazon for $25. That's a huge bargain, and if you wanted to get a copy to give to someone, that wouldn't be a bad idea. And also Hunter Killer's Blair Witch Season 2, which we heard mixed things about, was on deep sale for $50, and I picked it up. I was inclined not to, but someone on the Discord said they liked it better than Season 1, and we quite liked Season 1, so we could even play that this October if we wanted to. All right, since no one is got anything they want to talk about, we're just going to go into this box here. All right, so you can see it's actually got some art on the inside. That looks like Dracula's lair. There was a new, there were a couple new series on Netflix in the last couple years, remakes of Dracula, that were quite good. I'm trying to remember if the last one was actually called Dracula. I think it was. I think there was one called Dracula, and then might have been another one similar but with a different name. That was actually quite good. All right, let's I see we've got some props here. Maybe I'll just take all of this out of the box. And then there's some looks like this might be part of a puzzle at some point. And since we're new to this series, let's just take a look around. I see actually that the bottom of the box looks like it's probably a puzzle as well. So already that's something different we haven't seen with Deadbolt or any of the other series, that they've got puzzles on the box art. All right, I guess we'll return to that. Let's take a look at... Now, I can't remember if I bought this used. It actually doesn't look like it's been opened. Okay, let's read this together. DJ Moneycut says there was one on the ship called Voyage of the Demeter. That's the new one. But there was a Netflix one that's like a year old called Dracula, I think. And then there was another one set in a town where bad things started happening, and I think it was a little ambiguous whether it was vampires. Okay, let's see what we've got here. It says, welcome to Escape the Crate. Do not open any envelopes yet or write on any of the papers in the box. You will need a fully charged device which connects to the internet to play. Please go to the following website when you have your entire team assembled. You're ready to play. Okay, we go to the website, we put in our password. If you have finished playing the game and would like to reset it to the starting position, go to this page and it'll tell you how to reset it. We strongly suggest you check with the hints at the bottom of each puzzle if you get stuck. They're designed to help you, don't penalize your time from the clock. Sounds like it wants us to time our playthrough. You will need a pair of scissors, a piece of note-taking paper, and a pencil. Okay, so it sounds like they want us to cut it up. Now, whether we do that or make copies, I don't know. Then there's a couple more. I think I also picked up this one. I picked up these two in addition to this one. All right, what have we got here? Elizabeth Beth Meyer, second person to vanish. John Stoker, first person to vanish. Simon Rice, third to vanish. They're all from Emit, the Emergency Meditation in Time. Interesting. We don't know if this series is got supernatural elements or not, though from the sound of the case, it certainly seems like it does. All right, well, let's go to this website, I guess, is the first thing. All right, so we're told escape the crate.com. Vampire. Okay, retired mission number 35. Wow, there's a whole bunch of these, huh? 40. Does that mean they've released 40 boxes here? Is it 40 retired ones? Because otherwise that would mean they would have retired the 5th game ago, which seems unlikely. So I'm not sure what that means. Okay, and it didn't need a password for us. A little introduction. Okay, I guess we're supposed to read this. Are we supposed to watch this first? All right, I guess we'll watch this. Let's see. I'm going to have to... audio, let's see. Let's see. The channel is saying... Jackie was born in my hometown. This game hits home, says Delia. Stoker from Bram Stoker, Rice Man Rice. What was the third? Okay, I see what they're saying. They're saying these people have been killed that are sort of related to Dracula writers. Okay, let's see if we can watch this together. Hold on, just gotta get it so I can hear it.
Castle has sat dormant. The castle has sat dormant for hundreds of years. The tales from inside conjured terror and fears. The creatures who reside fill your soul with fright. Yet we are sending you inside on this very night. Legend tells of a monster locked in a crypt. To be able to face him, you must be equipped. Search every inch of this grim landscape, because only the bravest will be able to escape.
Okay, a little trailer for the game. Pretty well done, actually. Can't really complain about that. All right, let's see. It looks like we've got a little bit of story, but this feels like it's trailer stuff. So let's just click and try to play it. Is it going to ask for our password now? Yes. Okay. So here's what it was telling us. Our password was impale. Okay. Welcome to Escape Night of the Vampire. Read the following directions or listen to them below. Let's just, all right, well, I guess we want the experience of it and see what this game's all about. So I guess we'll listen to it. Let's try.
On the top of each page, there'll be an audio button like the one you just clicked. This is simply a recording of all the words on the website below. It just makes it easier for everyone to know what's on the web page, or saves your eyes a little bit of stress from reading the
Can you hear
story.
it? I
But it's
can't.
not required to listen to these links. They're just here as an option to help as you play. Your escape adventure awaits. Please do not move on to the next step until you have your entire set of players ready, your electronic device is charged, and you're ready to begin your adventure. Do not start counting down your time until you're told to do so. In this month's box, the game is split up into 2 chapters, which must be played in order. Start with Chapter 1. At the end of the chapter, you can either continue playing to complete the other chapter, or you can take a break and come back to this screen and select the second chapter then. To select the chapter you want to play, simply click on that chapter's picture below. The password needed to play is on that picture.
Okay, well, I couldn't hear that for some reason. I don't know why OBS has such trouble with the audio going out, but I read it. Okay, so 2 chapters. You can play them in order, but you could break after the first chapter. Content warning, it's meant to be a spooky trip into the world of vampires. There are scary images, descriptions of blood, and even some mild violence in the game. The first chapter is more family friendly, easier puzzles, less of a scary feel. The second chapter is a PG-13 game with scarier elements and harder puzzles. Choose your chapter now. Click on the picture, enter the corresponding password to begin. Okay, so we start with chapter 1. Grave is the password. Okay, here we go. The game requires a bit of setup before we can get started. Go ahead and pull out the props, papers, cards, and envelopes out of the box. Place them before you on the side. Look through all of the objects and papers. Find the single-sided blue sheet with the Chapter 1 cutouts on it. Cut out the 11 items from Chapter 1 cutout side carefully, as they will be needed in this chapter. You can save the other half of the paper, as they won't be needed until later in the game. Okay. All right, well, I guess we're going to do this. Let's see if I have my stuff. All right, so it says get everything out and lay it out on the table. Let's go ahead and do that. We've got some items. We've got envelopes that say do not open until instructed. Okay, so we'll put those aside. We've got some postcards. And we've got more stuff. Okay, here's our cutouts. And then we've got a couple of sheets and more cutouts. Okay. So here's our 2 cutouts, and it wants us to mess with these. Okay. So I guess I'm going to need to get the good scissors for this. Okay, so often when we play these games, I try not to damage the stuff, and I'll make a scan of it and a copy. But I think for this game, for Halloween, we'll just cut everything out. All right, so cut out the 11 items from the chapter 1 side carefully. I see. Okay, so here's chapter 1. And this is chapter 2. This is more chapter 2. All right, I'll just put these aside for chapter 2, and we'll just cut these out. It's a bit of work with cutouts. I wouldn't mind it if they could source this to a printer that could score these for you so you could just punch them out. On the other hand, I have long been an advocate of, for these games, I'd rather, for a one-time game that only lasts for a couple hours, I prefer that they not be super expensive. A little paper cutter might make this a little easier. I mean, while I'm doing this, you guys can chat about what projects you've been up to. These have some odd corners on them. I don't know how important it is to get all that precisely cut out. I mean, I am intrigued by this cutting out of stuff. Is it because these are just going to get assembled into like a square? You're going to have like a puzzle pieces you're going to put together? Or is it going to be something where we move these around a map? I'm also curious how long this game is. It was saying that we could put it aside and play chapter 2 another day. It's this compelling YouTube, huh? Is this kind of wish I let's take a look at this for a second. I see. So the onion is the diamond. Okay, I was just wondering if it was. All right, so we've got our items. And the rest of this is junk. I think the rest of this is junk. Let's see if I can put this out of the way for us. All right. 1, 2, 3. Where's the fourth key? What have I done? Did I throw away the fourth key? Yes. Okay. 4 keys, garlic, bullets, an axe, gun, and crossbow with, what do you call the bolts or something? Okay. All right. And then we've got some teeth, vampire teeth, a pen, a bone pen that says LZTTPMDVN, and Vlad 1431 to 1476. This looks like it's a mirror. I guess I'm going to open this up. So, yeah, just a mirror. Maybe for reading some reversed writing. Okay, so back to our instructions here. Cut out the 11 items from the chapter 1. Save the rest for later. Take the 4 red rectangles with keys. Place them into the box. Close the box and keep it on the table. You will gain access to these keys during the game. Keeping them in the box will keep them within reach but out of sight. Interesting. Okay. So I've put the keys in the box as instructed. And now I'm going to close the box and put it off to the side. Okay. Just as instructed. Now, look through the envelopes, cards, and papers. Find the crypt envelope. Okay. So we've got the grounds and the crypt. Okay. I've got the crypt. Sheet 6, sheet 7, and the purple 2 cutout. Put these, along with chapter 2 cutouts you save for later, outside of the playing space. They won't be needed until chapter 2. Okay, so the crypt envelope, sheet 6 and 7. Are these part of sheet 6 and 7? Probably. I mean, chapter 2, probably. Okay, chapter 2 cutout. All right, let's see. Where's sheet 6 and 7? 2, 5, 7, and 8. Okay. All right. These get put out of the play space. All right, I'll just put them over here. Check the picture below and make sure you have the correct items. Okay. So we've got this. Let's see if we can do it. Okay. So we've got this. We've got on the other side. Place these outside of the play space. Oh, I see. But this is 4. Why did it say? Okay. So I'm. Oh, I see. It's not that. It looks similar. That was the crypt envelope. Okay, fine. All right, so those are out of the play space. The remaining envelope, cards, items, and papers are ones that you will need to start the game. Go ahead and place them on the table before you, right by the closed box. Some of the papers and envelopes need to be turned to a certain side so that secrets are hidden until later in the game. How strange is this? We're going to do that now. Check the picture below, make sure you have everything needed and positioned correctly to the needed side. Then enter the code IMPALE into the link below to try a trial puzzle. How strange. All right, this is it. It wants us to set this out exactly this way. Okay, I kind of, this is a very, actually, in the abstract, this is a very clever idea that you might construct your space to be like, construct pieces to make a spatial setup. So we've got the doors over here. Then we've got a box of stuff here. Then we've got the envelope here. Okay. Then it wants the pen like this. All right. It wants the mirror here. The teeth here. Okay. What about it? Where does it want this? It wants this over here. Okay. Then it wants this over here on side 1 with the skulls. It wants this this way. It wants this like this. How interesting is this that it wants everything a certain way? Okay, there's some mirrored text. And then it wants these in a particular setup. Okay. That's what it wants. That's what it's going to get. Got some bullets like this. We've got our gun. We've got the axe. This should have been cut out. Okay, we've got our axe. Are all of these crate games like this? Have you put everything out on the table in a very particular way? All right, now what is this? Was this supposed to have been put away? Yes, okay. All right, so there we go. Everything is arranged the way it should be, I believe. Let's see what the chat thinks of all this so far. Why is the pen so huge in the picture? The pin is supposed to be on a stand, elevated and closer to the camera. I just assumed it wanted to make sure the correct side was face up, not that it was the exact picture. Proportions aren't exact. Okay. All right. Missing anything? If you're missing anything, click there. Otherwise, the objective is place the papers correctly. Password impale. Okay. What's next? Now that you have all the items in front of you, you have agreed to not flip any of these pages over until the game tells you. It's time to learn the rules for how this game works. If you've already played one of our games, go ahead and simply head down to the objective box below. If this is your first time playing, we have a video to help teach you the basics of how our website and game elements fit together. Some of the images, papers, and props shown in the video are from a variety of our adventures, so don't panic if things look slightly differently. All right, I guess we're going to watch this. Let's watch it together. How strange.
Welcome to Escape the Crate. Let's learn how to play the game with this quick introductory video. You should have all the objects laid out for today's adventure. As you solve puzzles and advance in the game, you'll be told to turn certain cards and papers over to give you new information or to advance the story. We might also tell you to open one of the envelopes, which might give you additional clues. Do not open any of the envelopes until you're instructed to, or turn over any of the cards or papers to avoid spoilers or possible confusion until the computer screen tells you to do so. As you play, you'll move through our website. You can read the text aloud to your group, or if you'd rather have the website read it for you, you can click in the audio link. You do not need to use the audio. It's just there as an additional tool to help. The information in each page of the website is very important for the story and the puzzles, so make sure you read it over. Sometimes images or videos on the screen are needed to help complete a puzzle. After you finish reading the website, look at the objects on the table before you to solve the puzzles and crack the codes. Everything in the game has a use, but it may not be until later in the game, so if you can't figure out why a picture or an object is there, you will find its use a bit later. The box itself is important as well, and the artwork inside will be needed throughout the game, so make sure that's in view too. Depending upon the game, you may need to cut items out, fold them, or even destroy them. If you make a mistake, no problem. On each page is a link asking if you're missing a page or need to reprint it. Click this link, find the replacement copy you need, and you can print it out and be back on your way.
Okay.
When you think you've solved the puzzle, check out the objective box on the website. The objective is a link to another page in the game and it's password protected. See if the code you found from the puzzle matches what the objective is asking for. If you found a 3-digit code, but the objective needs a 5-letter word, that means the code you found must be wrong. Keep looking and trying until you can answer your objective. When you want to try your answer, click on the link and enter the password in all lowercase letters or in number format. If you're right, you'll be able to continue with the game, but if you're wrong, just click the back button, relook at the clues, and try again. If you're stuck, for whatever reason, there is a hint system built in place. Simply check out the hints at the bottom of the screen, and we'll give you a gentle nudge in the right direction. The hints start out very broad and general, but get more specific as you go through the hints. The solution to each puzzle is also provided. There you have it. Those are the basic rules for Escape the Crate. Now, go to the objective box below and enter the password to try a trial puzzle. Then, we can start the clock and begin the game. Good luck!
Okay. So, looks like they use the same basic system in all of their games. Lots of hints built in. Okay. All right, let's see what our trial puzzle looks like. All right, this is our trial puzzle to make sure we understand how to play. Agents, we have our briefing for today's mission below. Watch it carefully to gather the intel you need to begin the investigation. Okay, so I'm reading it, but we could also listen to it, and then we have a little video here. All right, I'm going to just play this without making it any larger. Let's see if that works for us.
Agents, I'm going to be honest with you. This has been a disaster for us. Over the past few days, we've sent 3 separate agents back to a castle in Romania to investigate strange rumors of vampires. None have returned. We have heard a few garbled messages from each about creatures living within the ruins, but then communication goes dead. I'm sure this is all nonsense, as vampires simply don't exist, but we have lost 3 good assets, and we have to send a search party. As some of our strongest agents, we're tasking you of entering the grounds of Castle Strigoi to investigate the matter. Find the 3 missing agents and rescue them, if possible. We provided you with a picture of each agent. To confirm that you've memorized each of their faces, please answer the question below as a sort of a trial puzzle. Good luck.
Okay, it wants us to memorize. It says, confirm you've memorized their faces. Trial puzzle. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Okay. We're sending you back in time to 1897, which is the same year that the agents were last sighted within. The castle has been abandoned for hundreds of years at this point, so I don't know what we have to worry about. Still, with 3 missing agents, there must be some danger there. The clockmaker has this note below. Feels like we're missing out on some backstory about traveling in time. But, okay, there's some clockmaker and time travel thing here. Admit, the 3 agents entered at different times. Correctly ID the order they disappeared from the castle to gain access to your mission and begin the game. Input your answer in the objective link. It's time for a trial puzzle. You need to enter a 3-letter code into the objective box below. When you think you know what it is, check out the objective box below, click the link, enter the password. What you need to solve the puzzle is always listed in parentheses to let you know what it is that we want. If you're correct, you'll gain access to your mission and the game can begin. Remember that codes are always either number format or all lowercase letters. If you can't figure it out, however, for whatever reason, there is a hint system built in place. Click on the hints at the bottom of the page if you are stumped. Hints are given out slowly with a nice nudge to point you in the right direction for the first few hints. As you continue to read the hints, they get more detailed to help you point to the ultimate solution. Use these hints sparingly, however. Try to beat the challenges without using the hints, but they're there if you need them. Objective. Identify the order of the 3 agents. Needs 3 letters. All right, so when we're ready to identify the order of the 3 agents, we put it in. So just to understand this, are we allowed to look at this, or are we supposed to remember it? And this is just a trial. Okay, so I guess it's B, A, C. But this is just a trial puzzle. But are we allowed to? Presumably, whatever's on the table, we're allowed to look at, right? Okay, so identify the order of the 3 agents. So I guess it's B, A, C. Yeah. So we click on the objective. It asks us a password. We're told it's 3 letters, so we're going to say BAC. Enter. Fantastic, you solved the first puzzle. Okay, we got to tell it we don't need this anymore. All right. We have to admit we're quite skeptical that vampires are behind this mess. They are a work of fiction. Bram Stoker, the author of Dracula, admitted as such. He named Dracula after the infamous Vlad the Impaler. But the man wasn't a vampire. He was just a very brutal leader. There's nothing in the historical record that proves the existence of vampires. Nothing at all. Nevertheless, we are down 3 agents, so we are providing you with some protection. His name is Montague, and he comes very highly recommended. He has some history of hunting for vampires, so even if these beings do exist, you will be in good hands. You travel to the isolated Castle Strigoi, and sure enough, Montague is waiting for you outside of the gate. He's an odd man, brooding and covered in shadows. You're glad you're working with him and not against him. All right, then we get an intro from him. All right.
Ignore what they say. These creatures do exist. I fought them and I've killed them. There are 2 types of creatures known to science. The Murroy are born vampires, extremely powerful, but they can be reasoned with. I prefer dealing with them. The Strigoi are another matter completely. They are still alive and are living with this curse. They lust for blood, are feral creatures, and their bite can recruit others to their cause. The name of the castle we approach is Castle Strigoi, so it is best to know what we're up against. So prepare yourselves. We might not see the dawn.
Okay. Well, sounds a little scary. All right. These puzzles in Chapter 1, particularly at the very beginning, are at a slightly lower level of difficulty. As you continue to play the chapter and advance to Chapter 2, they will increase in difficulty. If you struggle with the puzzle, use the hints. They're there to give you a nudge. You won't be punished. They're not step-by-step directions. Okay. There isn't much time to find the agents. Therefore, we need to set the time for today's escape. Play for fun. Most of our subscribers tend to play the game without watching the clock. That's how we'll do it. We won't watch the clock. This is what we recommend. It isn't as stressful and allows you to take breaks. If you're experienced, you could give yourself 45 minutes, regular 60, new 90. You can set a cell phone timer. Go ahead and make sure you have all the items below and begin to explore the game by clicking the link below your objectives tab. The password is simple. Additional objects needed. You will need to grab or prepare a pencil and a pen, scrap paper, and scissors. Okay, I guess we have basically that. All right, start the clock and begin the mission with our password. Okay. Here we go. You swing the gate open. You cross the bridge towards Castle Strigoi. The sun is setting and you get the horrible feeling that you're being watched. Montague leads the way, his trench coat billowing in the wind behind him as he goes. Shortly before the grand doors of the castle, he halts. He sets down his suitcase and it pops open, spilling various weapons all over the stone courtyard. He gives the mess an offhand look, but turns his attention to the doors. He halts at the base and crouches in front of them, feeling the dirt. Then, ever so carefully, he tugs at the handle. The door doesn't budge. He tries the other one and then stands back, surveying the situation. You reach up to try the door knocker, but he stops you. He shakes his head and leads you away from the castle and back towards his spilled bag of equipment. Okay, and here's his bag.
We can't let them know that we've arrived yet. The door is locked and needs a key. Several keys, actually. If we announce our presence, we'll only make them more violent. Let me think about what our plan should be. Would you mind repacking my supplies while I ponder this predicament?
Okay. You stare from the massive locked doors and down to the spilled weapons. You feel like you're in over your head. Time's up. If so, click here. Otherwise, repack the case needs a 4-digit number. Okay, so let me just look at
Under
this
this predicament.
So there's his case. Oh, okay, I see. So here is his case. Okay, interesting. They want us to repack his case. I mean, that is this, right? These symbols are here. It's not clear to me what it wants from us, though. What does it want us to do? I mean, we've got pens. What exactly does it want us to do? Is it just this? Is this going to go in here? Is that, that's what it is. His stuff spilled out. But it is interesting that these are this, but I think maybe it means that it wants just us to pack his items in this case. So is it just a spatial puzzle? Like, does kind of feel like. Kind of fits in there. So when we figure this out, how will we read off the it kind of feels like it's almost right, but it's got to be wrong because it doesn't, it's missing a piece. So this must be one of these puzzles that almost fits in different ways. But how will we read off the number? There are numbers here. pieces that cover those symbols. Okay, and if I look in the chat, the pieces that cover those symbols is the code. Okay, I don't understand what that means, so someone's going to have to do better at explaining your theory, explaining what that statement means. But now I can see, like, cutting these out precisely is kind of important. Okay, so the viewers of this channel know that this is not the kind of puzzle I like. But we'll see what we can do here. But maybe we need to think more about, okay, so is it that, sorry, is it that this is going to be the order? The game says 4-digit numbers, so I think that's what it's going to be. I think these 4 numbers are going to be what we put in. So once we fill up this thing, there is going to be our blank spot. I see now. So remember when I assembled it, I had a triangle missing. There's the triangle, which is what I was going to say, that this square would give us lots of different ways to pack in the same thing. But this is our symmetry breaker. Okay, so once we lay out the items in here with this unfilled, we're going to have something on this, something on this, something on this, and something on this, which is going to be the numbers that we use here. Okay, so that makes complete sense, and now we know this is going to be blank here. And we know as a hint that we're going to have one object, one thing over each of these symbols. So like this could be here. This is a little bit of a blank. So let's see. What would slot in here like that? Maybe. So that probably doesn't make sense. I don't know how tight these are. It can't be that these are covering up. This has got to be frustrating to watch on YouTube, but I think we have the basic idea. Let me just see if you can reason this out. This can't be there. It could be here, or it could be here. Can't be here because this is covering 2 of these, I think. And it probably can't be here. Let's try it here. And then we were thinking this. I don't know if that fits there, maybe. I was liking this over there. What if we do that? That doesn't really fit. It could cover up two symbols, but it seems unlikely. But it could. Yes, it could. Seems like maybe working off this triangle in the corner might be our best bet. Feels too tight. Feel like we solved it initially. Now we're sort of back to square one. This has got to be so frustrating. The channel has something they want me to look at, but I don't see what. Check Jesse. Each piece covers one of the pictures of one of the numbers on the code. Okay, I don't know what I'm being directed to look at. We understand the basics. It's just a traditional puzzle, fitting it in, but I don't feel requires us to do it. Unfortunately for you guys, you don't have it to play with, and you're stuck with me, who's not good at these spatial puzzles. Hard to know exactly what the tolerance is for these. That's tempting. But not that. Not that. What did we have in there before so well? Something fit in there before. I remember this was like this. Oh, I wish I understood the tolerances here. Oh. I wouldn't mind not having to have this stuff so far from me. Okay. Let's think about it. We understand the constraints here. I just am not very good at this spatial stuff. Feels like this is probably going to be on one, touching one. It only gives us a couple choices. Feels like maybe it has to go there. Some people must love these kinds of puzzles, huh? I don't, doesn't do it for me. But I'm gonna try not to go on tilt here. Puzzle number one. Does that fit? I don't know. Looks like it would fit, but not quite clear to me whether that is inside the bounds or not inside. This guy does have a little clipped corner here, as if that might make a difference. That doesn't look like it fits. I know it. I know intellectually some people must enjoy these puzzles, but boy, it's just frustration for me. Just pure, not enjoyable. All right, let's just keep. I guess partly why it's not enjoyable for me is I don't know how to do anything other than just flail about. All right, maybe we need to think about this. Is there a way to think about these things logically? I guess you can get some experience playing these and know what kind of tricks are used, like what kind of angles. We don't have any triangles, so anytime there's a triangle gap, we know it doesn't work. That seems intriguing to me, actually, because there's our little weird corner. That seems kind of appealing to me. Of course, what happens here, I don't know. If that's right, then that can't go any other way. It could go there like that, couldn't it? Sometimes when I play this, the channel's like, Jesse, you almost had it. Leave it alone. So, let's see. But how could we now make that work? That almost works, but it doesn't. All right, I think we've got it. I do not love the tolerance issue here. Like, it feels like when you play these puzzles for real, occasionally you can buy these kinds of puzzles. They fit in a grid, right? They're like plastic physical pieces. And so sometimes, like, there's some famous ones where, like, it looks like you're assembling it and have some leftover space. It's because of the tolerances are so tight. So, like, when you do this, you'd be like, well, this is in the black. Like, is it too big? Is it too small? But the tolerance is sort of... Anyway, point is that when you're dealing with a manufactured puzzle, you know when you've got it right because it actually fits. Here, it's kind of like you have to just say, okay, I guess that this fit isn't quite right because the cutout's not perfect. All right, doesn't matter. We got it. We're going to put in the code. Let's put it this way. The victory is not that we've solved the puzzle. The victory is that you didn't see me cursing and getting angry, even though internally I was ready, but I didn't. So that's our victory. All right, so now we believe that the code is to be read off in this order. So let's not mess up our thing and let's try to find out what's where. So we've got 2, 3, 4. We've got 4 digits. And let's see what's where. So the heart is this crossbow 1. So that's the digit 1 is where the heart is. And then this skull is our 3 digit. Okay. Then the bullets are where this guy is facing. That's a 2. Put him back. And then the hand is where this is. That's a 5. So our code is 2135. Now, before we put this away, was there any logical way that we figured out this could be solved? We were right that everything covered one thing, and then this was our key clue. this little corner edge here seemed to suggest that it went here. That was the breakthrough piece of the puzzle. And maybe you could figure out that a couple of these went into a certain way. Okay, so we're going to put this in and then we will take a break. Oh, you think there's some logic to this, huh? What? That would be interesting if there was logic about this, but I'm not sure there is, about the heart being this one. Okay, anyway, let's put in the case. I mean, I did like the meta puzzle of figuring out what does it want from us in terms of repacking, and the story made sense that his equipment fell out. 2, 1, 3, 5. You finish packing the bag. You look at all of the equipment, you sure hope you won't need this. You're hoping this would all be a misunderstanding, that the agents were just stuck in a hole or lost and confused. You didn't think you would need a stake or a crossbow. You pass the bag back to Montague. He seems deep in thought, but he begins to cross the bridge again, away from the castle. He's heading in the exact direction you don't want to go, to the cemetery. Okay, and then we get to watch this little graveyard video.
I think we should turn our attention to the graves. That is where the legend of the vampire started. After a tragic death, the dead would return to their loved ones. So much fear was in place about being buried alive, and bells were sometimes installed above the graves, just in case. In fact, do you hear that? We aren't alone after all.
Okay. You freeze. Somewhere out there in the cemetery, you hear a bell ringing. In terror, you see several gravestones that have bells fitted onto them, connected to below by a small rope. As the bells chime, you have to wonder, was someone buried alive or is it something far worse? Then it says, turn over sheet 3 now so that side 4 shows. Okay, and then it reminds us of that. So it's telling us take this one and turn it over to here. So we see the graves markers just like we saw in that video. That's good. All right, well, I do like this clever part. Okay, and then it says we've got noises heard at the Albu grave, noises heard at the Andre grave, noises heard at the Eld Eater grave, and noises heard at the Lupe grave, noises heard at the Radu grave, noises heard at the... Well, all of these graves have multimedia noises heard. Find the noises. It needs 5 letters. We hear bell. Several of the gravestones have bells connected to below by a small rope. As the bells chimes, you have to wonder. Okay, so I'm going to move this stuff. It doesn't really say they have to be in a certain order. Just keep them face up, face down. So there's our graves. Maybe the bells are going to tell us which letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 8 bells. We're going to get to listen to what we heard at each gravestone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 places we can listen. 8 gravestones with bells. And then we want a 5-letter code. So that would make me think that only 5 of these graves are actually going to make noises. Does that make sense? Okay, well, but it's time for us to take a break first. So we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I noticed something as I was looking at this, that this looks like it goes with it. The first initial for those who sound into the night. Like there's a crow, frog, owl. So I don't see an owl, I don't see a shovel, and there's bell. So we're told this is a 4-digit code. No, it's a 5-digit code. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 letters. So if you look at these graves now, S, Toma, R, Lupe, N, Eder, V, Andre, E, Vero. So now I think this is the order. So the crow, the first initial of those who sound into the night. So I wonder if, you know, crow is a V, frog, second one is an A. But we're going to listen to these and see which he crowed about. But these seem like they're together. All right, let's listen to some of these and see what we can see if we can make sense of these. So the Albu grave, which is this one here, is first in this list. Let's see what noises we hear. I guess we're going to listen to a couple of them and then we'll see if we can make sense of them. Okay, so at Albu, we heard the frog, right? I'm going to do it again. Okay, so I think the second letter is an A. All right, now let's listen to Andre. Maybe if I use this, you can see what I'm clicking better. That's the crow. It almost sounds like also a shovel. Interesting. Let's listen to some more of these. Here's the Eater grave, which is this one. Okay, it's a little more complicated because now we heard a crow, a shovel, and an owl. All right, let's make a list because it's not clear to us. This says the first initial of those who sound into the night. So it's clear that some of these have multiple sounds. All right, so the first grave at Albu, where is my thing? First grave at Albu, we heard just the crow, right? Or sorry, the frog. So Albu is frog. Okay. Then at the next one, the Andre. We heard a crow and then a shovel, it sounded like. Right? Where I'm getting shovel from is this list here. Okay. At the third grave, the Eater grave, I should say, we heard crow, shovel, owl. Crow in the distance, then a shovel and an owl. Okay. Next up, at the Wupe grave. Okay, Wupe has got no one sitting on top of it. Let's see what we hear. Shovel, then an owl, a loud owl. Okay. Then at the Radu grave. At the Radu grave, we heard a ribbit and then a bell. At the Stoya grave, we hear a loud bell. Okay. Then at the Toma grave, just an owl. And at the Vero grave, sound like a bell and then a crow, all distant. Okay, so we've got our sounds that we heard at each grave. So if this is our order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which grave do we say is the crow? We heard a crow in several places, including twice where it was the first sound that was made. A frog. Are these our hints? The fact that the crow is sitting on the Andre grave. Maybe when they're in the distance, they don't count. So I wonder if these aren't our first two clues, like that the Andre is the crow. The crow is V for V Andre, so that would be V. The frog is A. And then the question is, where was the owl? We heard him at Eater. We heard him at Lupe. And we heard him at Toma. Which one of those would it be? Which is the loudest one? Is that what you think we're looking for? Choose the loudest. Okay. It makes some sense that it would be loudest. You have to wonder, was someone buried alive? Okay, so we're just going to sort of assume that it's about loudest. It's the loudest. Is it the loudest voice we hear, or the loudest frog tells us which one is frog? All right, so we heard a frog. Let's start then with this list, crow. And if we ask ourselves, where is the loudest crow? We heard a crow at Andre. Let's hear how loud he is there. Medium loud. Then we also heard a crow at Eater. Very far in the distance. I'm going to cross him out there. And then we heard also a crow at Vero. Let's see how loud he is here. Very distant. So that's our crow at Andre, which makes sense that this is our hint telling us that's how to make sense of it. Then the frog, we think the answer is going to be Albu. Let's just confirm that to make sure we're on the right wavelength here. This should be the loudest ribbit. Yeah, that's going to be the loudest. Okay, so then the question for us is, where was the owl the loudest? I think it was here, but let's just check. So we heard an owl at Eater. Let's see how loud the owl is there. Pretty distant. We also heard an owl at Lupe. Boy, that's pretty loud. And then we also heard an owl at Toma. Let's make sure that owl wasn't louder. No, that's distant. Okay, so our owl was loudest at Lupe. And Lupe was an R. All right, next up, shovel. Where was the shovel loudest? We heard a shovel at Lupe. That was only medium. We heard a shovel at Eater. That might have been our loudest. What's this one? That's probably our loudest there. Shovel. So our shovel is in the Eater grave, which is an N, And then bell. And I've marked that our Soya grave had a very large bell, loud bell. Let's listen to that. So I think that's our A. But let's listen to the Vero bell, make sure that I didn't just stop keeping track. No, that's very dim. We also heard a bell at Radu. Let's make sure that's not louder. No, very dim. Okay, so that's it. I have Stoya with the loudest bell, so VARNA is what I have. But Logan says it's chronological, not loudness based. And then Logan says, oh, never mind. I mean, you could ask yourselves, on what basis do we pick where the crow, which one of the crows to pick? But I think the clue was these two are telling us the answer to the crow is Andre, and the answer to the frog is the Albu grave, and that's where they were loudest. So I think that's what gives us our loudest. So let's try Varna and see if that worked. VAR. In the chat, it says VARB, Logan says. Let me see. How did I got N for the loudest shovel, which is the Eater grave, which I have as an N. I'm going to try my Varna, and if I'm wrong, we'll go back to it. Find the noises. Okay, so I'm going to click that, and I'm going to try VARNA. Yeah, okay, that was it. All right, the bite. In terror, you realize something unsettling. This castle has been abandoned for centuries. If there is noise anywhere, it must be coming from one of the missing agents. Montague returns with a pair of shovels, and you begin to dig above the grave. You hit the coffin quickly. It had only been positioned a foot or so below ground in a fresh grave. Montague motions for you to stand back as he throws open the lid. The form of Beth, Agent A, leaps out in tears. She shrinks back from Montague, but upon seeing you, her co-worker, she runs to you and collapses.
Oh, thank goodness you found me. I was in the castle and heard something behind me. I must have been knocked out. The next thing I knew, I was in the casket. And it was dark. So dark. These people in the castle, they might be the real deal. Vampires, that is. They even bit me. Look here.
Okay, they bit her, and they showed us a picture, but I think we're gonna get shown that in a second here, rather than having to worry about seeing it in the video. She holds out her arm, where several bite marks are imprinted. They don't look deep, and you don't see any blood, but it still makes you wonder, are these the bites of a vampire? Turn over card I now so that side B shows. Okay, so basically it's saying that this, which we used for this puzzle, we now flip over. I like that we don't have to worry about spending too much time trying to capture stills on a video, because here it is. Okay, now it says the objective is to examine the bite and get a 4-letter word from it. Okay, so let's take a look at the bite. It's a pretty cool little image here. What have we got here? So we want a 4-letter word from this. It's on her arm, Elizabeth Beth Meyer, second to vanish. A 4-letter word. On what basis are we looking for a 4-letter word from her? So the teeth marks look like maybe those two here are going to be the fangs. On what basis are we picking a four-letter word? Examine the bite. We're looking for a four-letter word. ESOLNIRACV. We've got 5 letters and 5 letters. On what basis would we come up with a 4-letter word? Use the teeth. I see. Clever thinking. If we use the teeth, so if you look at the teeth, sorry, let me move this. If you look at the teeth, you've got 2 that are closer together. So you might, let me see. Okay, so there's 3 in the center and 2 on the outside. And here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the center. And then 2 on the outside. So you might guess that what how would you reason about that? I guess you would say that the bottom one is the 3 in the center and 2 on the outside, and the top one is the 5 in the center, 2 on the outside. So if I do that, and we want 4 letters, then we should be looking for IVEN. Those are our letters then. The 4 fang letters would be I, V, E, N. I and V would be these 2 fangs. And then with 3 teeth in the center, the other 2 fangs go to the E and the N. So with those 4 letters, you might make vine. Anything else you would make with those 4 letters? Or is that good enough? Vine. I don't think these have been used by anyone. That's a little scary. You can't spell Ivan without a... We don't have an A. We just have a V, an I, and an E, and an N. I get vine, or vein. Vein. That's pretty good. It's sort of troubling to me that you could spell vine and vein. I guess vein is thematically what it wants. Let's try it. Examine the bite. All right, we're going to try to put in vein. I'm not thrilled with this, but let's see. VEIN. Enter. Yes, I guess it worked. All right, good work, team. You examine the bites. Montague does too. He pulls you away from your coworker and into the shadows below an old tree. The look in his eyes is deadly serious. Let's see what he wants to talk to us about.
She has been bitten, and that means that she is one of them. She may not know it yet, but she is. She had best be taken care of, if you catch my drift. Or soon you might find her sinking her fangs into you. The choice is yours.
He wants us to kill her.
You can let me do what you paid me for and eliminate the vampire, or I will leave you now, save myself.
So he says,
you
either
can
let me...
find the keys to the castle on your own. And may God protect your soul.
So he says, let me kill her, or you can deal with this stuff on your own. This is what you hired me for. Is it going to give us a choice now? He glares at you, and you realize the gravity of what he's asking you to do. You can't just have him take care of your coworker, can you? This is a big decision. We can either save Beth and leave Montague, or stay with Montague and take care of Beth. Okay, so this is a wonderful moment here. This is the best part of this game so far. That it's puzzle, 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 and then all of a sudden this guy's like, look, you hired me to take care of this. I'm telling you this woman is going to attack us. We got to kill her. And now the game is saying, hey, it's up to you. So what do we do here? And we got to listen to him. Like, that was pretty convincing. DJ says, she's already dead. We'd be doing her a favor. Well, we're going to have a vote here. Logan says, oh shit, should we really kill all 3 agents? Delia says, kill her. He knows what he's talking about. I'm going to test my new script to see if I can scroll up on these comments if I wanted to. Yeah, look at that. All right, well, this is what we paid our money for our Halloween streams. We've now faced with a dark situation. Let me just show you who you're deciding to kill so cavalierly. There is Agent A, Elizabeth. You are sealing her fate. It does seem pretty dangerous to try to solve this mission with her instead of Montague. He's got all the tools and stuff. All right, let's have a vote. Are we going to kill this Agent A and stick around with Montague, or are we going to save her and presumably all of our agents? The bite, though, didn't break the skin. Like, the bite didn't break the skin. Boy, this is tricky. I mean, are these real vampires? I don't think they are vampires because they didn't break the skin. But then again, I don't want to lose our guide. I'm not sure he knows what he's doing, though. He spilled open his tools. He didn't know how to open the doors. Logan says, don't kill her. Can we see that again, Jesse? You want to see what we were told? Okay, let's see. You want to watch the video? He pulls you away from your coworker into the shadows. We examine the bites. All right, let's see what he says again.
She has been bitten, and that means that she is one of them. She may not know it yet, but she is. She had best be taken care of, if you catch my drift. Or soon you might find her sinking her fangs into you. The choice is yours. You can let me do what you paid me for and eliminate the vampire, or I will leave you now to save myself. You can find the keys to the castle on your own, and may God protect your soul.
DJ says, would a vampire leave her in a coffin, rebury her in the coffin? We don't know enough about this series, about how supernatural it is, but it just feels to me like we've got no proof that she's turned into a vampire. She said there were a whole bunch of people. They bit her arm but didn't break the skin. But he said she's been bitten. DJ says, if we kill her, we might get into trouble with HR. I don't think we should kill her. Jonathan says, yes, for the drama of it, we should kill her. If we kill her, we're probably going to have to kill 3 different people. All right, we need a couple more votes. I'm going to go with whatever the chat says. All right, come on, put your money where your mouth is. So you want to kill this woman, or do we rescue her? I think the fact that she doesn't have puncture wounds on her neck that we can see suggests that she's not been attacked by a vampire. DJ says no. Logan says, why do I put myself in these situations? Delia says, I wanted to vote yes, but I don't want this to be on me. Don't you think, like, for the first one, we should wait and see? If she starts to turn, then we're going to kill them all. But I think we should, like, you don't go killing people until you, like, you watch the vampire movies, Fright Night, whatever. You got to wait a little bit. You got to wait till they start to show signs that they're turning first, right? All right, I'm gonna say we're not gonna kill her. We're gonna have we don't even know that this is a real supernatural world. Everything we've seen so far suggests this might be some cult. So we're not gonna kill her. I'm gonna stop this right now. All right, we're not killing her. So here we go. We're gonna save Beth and leave Montague. So I'm clicking save Beth. Password Beth. Here we go. You choose to save Beth. Montague is out of his mind. Your mission was to find and rescue all 3 of them, not to have some maniac Van Helsing wannabe turn into a vigilante. You shake your head firmly and he nods and trudges away. Through the graveyard and away from the castle. It's just you and Beth. You approach her again a bit more cautiously than before. You explain to her that Montague has left and you're on your own to find a way into the castle. Beth explains she doesn't know where the key is and that the doors were unlocked when she arrived, but she did find something interesting. She shows you a mirror with the name of a man on it. Perhaps that is important. You look back at the pair of shovels by Beth's grave. Perhaps you can use these again. You spy more graves in the distance. You have a horrible feeling that the keys might be at the bottom of one of these other graves. You don't know why, but you get the urge to try. Choose which grave to dig up carefully. Choosing the wrong one will lose you 5 minutes from the clock. Turn over sheet 2 now so that side 5 shows. Shows, and then open the grounds envelope. Pull out the cards so that C, H, and J, and W show. Okay, so turn over sheet 2. So sheet 2 was the Montague's. Look how cool this is. Sheet 2 was Montague's weapons, and it looks like we don't have them anymore. Or maybe they're gone, but this is now in front of us. All right. And it says we can dig up one of these graves. And then it also says we should open the ground envelope, which is this one here, and bring out stuff from this. Okay, we still don't know if we were right to save Beth. All right. So it said take these out, C, H, J, and W. Okay, there's our W. There's W. There's J. There's H. And there's C. Okay. All right, so we've done that. We've got a whole bunch of stuff on the table now. And then it says, choose which grave to dig up. So which of these graves do we want to dig up? We think that the keys might be under one of these graves. We've got something we can read here, though. Let's read this. Emit is emergency meditation in time. Historical profile, Vlad the Impaler. Vlad the Impaler, also known as Vlad III Dracula, was a prince of Wallachia. His brutal methods of punishing his enemies gained him a sinister reputation throughout Europe, though many in his own country found him a fair and just ruler. Stories tell of him impaling enemy soldiers on spikes and sitting next to the forms as they died. Some even said he drank their blood, though that may be fabricated. Bram Stoker, the author of the famous Dracula novel, was so inspired by him that he named his infamous vampire after the prince. The true Vlad was not a vampire, to our knowledge, and he died in battle. This castle is not his, though he may have visited it in the past. Many statues of him are throughout the cemetery, so this information may prove important. Okay. And then if you look at this item, this says grave plots. There's an owl, a cat, and a mouse. You can imagine a cat chases a mouse, but so does an owl chase a mouse. There's Vlad and a key. So in this little urn here, I see an image of a key. But how does this inform what we choose here? Okay, I see. These may all be related because look, here's an owl going to the right, a cat going up, and a mouse going left. So if you follow these, if the owl goes right, we get, and we keep following the arrows, we go VLADIICREST. We follow the mouse, starting going left, we get SIMILARDEATH. All right, let's write these out. See if we can make some sense out of our choices here. So we've got owl, cat, I'm going to move these, and mouse. Okay, so starting with, let me zoom in a little bit here. So starting with Owl, if he starts by moving to the right, we have V, L, A, D, I, Vlad the Third, then C-R-E-S-T, Crest. Vlad the Third Crest, which I think might be referring to this. Vlad Dracula, the Third Crest is this one. Okay. Don't know how that's relevant for us yet. Now let's do the cat. Cat starts by going up. So we have S-A-M-E-A-G. S-A-M-E-A-G-E. Same age. Okay, and then the mouse starts by going left. S-I-M-I-L-A. 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 R-D-E-A-T-H. Similar death. So I think it's telling us find the grave that's got Vlad the Third's crest, died at the similar age, and died similarly. So he died in battle. So we've got 3 that died from battle wounds, 2 that died in battle. Same age as Vlad the Impaler. Okay, well, how old was Vlad the Impaler? Do we know? Yes, we do, from this. Okay, so 7631 makes him 45 years of age. So now let's look for who on our list here killed in battle is 45. This guy's 45. This guy is not 45. Let's see. This guy is 45. This guy's 45. This guy's 45. What about this guy? This guy's not 45. So it's between these two. These are both 45 years old. Okay. So let's now turn to the Vlad the Third's crest. And what do you see on Vlad the Third's crest? I see horses. I see that horse head is that horse head. So I think that's it. Although, I guess, yes, okay, that makes logical sense. I was just saying, like, couldn't you use this crest alone to do this horse? But no, because that crest also has these flowers on it. The only thing we need to make sure it doesn't have on it is the cross, the square cross that Otto has. So as long as this shows no sign of that square cross, we're all good. All right, so there's our grave we're going to dig under. Let's see if we're right. We used all 3 of these, all 4 of these. cards to get us to this grave. All right, so here we go. We're going to say it's in the Aldea grave. 45 years old, killed in battle just like Vlad, and has got a symbol in Vlad III's crest. Aldea grave. Here we go. Password is dig. Okay. D-I-G, enter. You find the grave everything is pointing to. You search around the headstone and find no clues. When you see Beth lugging the shovels back your way again, you wince. This was not a part of the job description. Beth Skeleton. I don't like the name of that.
At the bottom of this hole, we are going to find a coffin. People were terrified of vampires, you know. They would dig back up graves and tie up the bodies. They would put stakes through them. They would do anything to make sure that they didn't come back as a vampire. Let's just hope that there's a pile of bones in there and not a vampire bat or something.
Okay. So Beth is helping us dig up the bones. 6 feet down, you finally hit wood. With more bravery than you thought you possessed, you fling open the coffin to find a skeleton. You can't believe your luck. Still, you aren't sure you're any closer to finding that key. Turn over cards C and W. So we used a couple of these things, and now it's telling us we can flip them over. So that we find, that was what was on our pen. Okay. All right, I flipped over C and W. K and L show. And we still have these face up, but we don't think we need these. Let's put these in a pile. Probably not this either, I guess. All right. Now, what does it want from us? Where do we look for the key? A 9-letter answer. Okay, it's a 9-letter answer. So I see it's not the same letters as the pen, but it's very similar. Okay. And then looking at this skeleton, it's a little weird. We've got like, what have we got holding its joints together? They look like keys. Are those our 4? Those are going to be our 4 keys, it looks like. I'm not sure that this... Well, I mean, it kind of looks like there's a something here. And like this is weird. Like this is almost a letter of some sort. It's kind of strange. On the other hand, what are we to make of this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 9 letters. And the code is 9 letters. code it wants is 9 letters. There's 9 letters in this bone, and there's 9 letters here. What does it want from us, though? It's just a pen, a black pen. Can we open it up? Anything inside? Nothing inside. Hmm. What does the chat think? Skeleton keys reveal. Could the different letters on the pen and the photo be giving you a substitution? Oh, that's interesting. Well, that's a very interesting idea. If N goes to L, L goes to N. That makes sense. But what about this? We've got 2 T's, and these are different here. So they can't be a pure substitution cipher. Not sure how we would use it anyway, but it can't be that N's go to L's and B's go to Z's, because then V would go to T and R would go to T. So that doesn't quite work for us. It does seem like maybe these are in some correspondence, and maybe we should write them out. Let's just write them out on a little list here. L, Z, T, E, P, M, D, V, N. And the next one we have N, B, V, R, N, K, F, T, L. Okay. We don't know what these are, but we do notice there's no vowels. Where do we look for the key? I mean, the key is in the bones. We can see them right there. So what is it wanting from us? Are there any other papers that are helping us? I mean, we're not supposed to turn it over. We have this. This could be related. What does that say? Where the unscramble, where the FAN fangs puncture. Unscramble where the fangs puncture. That doesn't seem, sorry, you can't see that. I don't think that's this puzzle. Unscramble where the fangs puncture. I don't think that's, we don't have any fangs puncturing. So I don't think that's for this. I mean, it kind of would make sense if we're sort of converting one of these, shifting these letters, but clearly these are related. Are we shifting the same thing? Like if we shift this one letter up, do we get a word that makes sense? And then that's a clue to do the same thing here. Like M-A-U-U, no, but this could be a double S if everything goes backwards by one. K Y S S O. Doesn't sound like that's spelling anything. I like that idea though, like this. That this is a Caesar shift, and if we do the same Caesar shift, we get a word here and a word here. But what would it be? TT could go to double S's, or it could go to double O's or double E's. Skelton ETON. Hmm. It makes complete sense that it's going to be a cipher shift of these 9 letters. And SKELETONS. That doesn't work. SKELE. These would have to be the same letter unless you're shifting by this amount. That seems like too difficult a puzzle for this game. So this can't ever shift to skeleton. Because there's an N and there's an N. Delia says she got it. Let's hear it, Delia. Most of the time when we've got a puzzle, I like to sit and try to figure it out, but this is a case, I'd be happy to hear the solution. I think there's a letter between each of the letters of the 2 words, but the order is sometimes forward and sometimes backwards. And it forms a word. Nicholas here. So L and N there's an M. Between a B and a Z, I guess you could say is an A. T and a U and a V is a U. R and T is an S. That's going to be like mausoleum, probably. That's pretty clever. Okay, let's walk through Delia's solution and make sense of it. So Delia is saying between each letter, each of the 9-letter pairs, they're always two away from each other. So between the L and the N is an M. Between the B and the Z is an A. Between the T and the V is a U. Where's my list? Let's do it this way, right? That's why we wrote this out, to make it easy for us. M, this is an A, that's a U, that's got to be an S. It's an O. K, L, M. There's an E, there's a U, and there's an M. Well done. Well done, Delia. Okay, makes sense. Mausoleum. Okay, so we were on the right track. We knew it was a 9-letter. It was going to map to this. We knew we were going to use these two somehow. And that's pretty clever. We've not seen that done before, that specific puzzle. Writing them out like this should have helped us. We should have stared at this a little bit longer. This B and the Z is a little tricky. All right, well done, though. Very well done, Delia. All right, so let's put it in. Okay, the answer is M-A-U-S-O-L-E-U-M. Mausoleum. They must be in the mausoleum. The pair of you race to the towering structure. Sure enough, there, next to the gates, is a ring of keys. They must be to the door to the castle. You have to admit you're excited to get out of this graveyard, but you aren't thrilled about going into the castle either. As you approach the grand doors again, Beth shivers. It's clear she doesn't want to go back in there. She holds out her hand to halt you from placing the keys into the door. And you hear a muffled call from inside. You know that voice from anywhere. It's Simon, one of the missing agents.
Is that you? Please, you gotta get me out of here. This castle is a giant crypt. I think that's the best word. There are, well, I think you better see this for yourselves. The door's locked on my end, too. Have you found the keys? Place them in the correct spots to unlock it.
Okay, we found the keys, put them in the correct spot, he says. All right. You eye the 4 keyholes and you try to figure out which key goes in which spot. You know you don't have much time to open the door and free the other agent. Turn over sheet 4 now. Okay, that was our grave with the sounds, and now we've got this door. We're back at the door. Okay. Turn over card D. Okay, that was this one here. It flips over, so we've got this now. And open the box. You can see the inside and remove the 4 keys. Okay, put these up here. Put these out of the way. It wants us to open the box now so we can see our keys. And I'm not sure if we need to know. It doesn't sound like we need this other stuff. All right, so there's our box. Zoom out a bit. Okay, I don't know that we need this now. All right, so we've got the door. We've got these symbols. It's gonna be a little tricky for you to see everything, isn't it? All right, there's our keys. There's our door and symbols. Okay. And then Turn over box, open the box, remove the 4 keys. Okay, so there are our keys. And that skeleton actually has got the keys in him. I think that might be key for us. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Seems like that may be the solution right there. Okay, so the thing says unlock the door, we need 8 letters. Okay. We need 8 letters. So let me just see. If we match the keys to the skeleton, that's upper left. This one is here. This one looks like this one. And this one looks like this one. Can you guys see that well enough to see that that's what the skeleton's things are? That they're all slightly different shaped? Why am I not the shadow of that? Yeah, okay. So it seems then that we pretty much have this solved. If we put this key here, this key here, this key here, this key here. Okay. Now with that, let's bring this up again. All right. Now it wants an 8-letter code. And we've got 12 potential letters here. So what are we? And we haven't looked in this inside the box yet for this information. But it seems like, let's see, can I get you so you can see it all? Okay, it seems like these might be relevant. Let's see. These shapes. So this shape looks like it's this one, right? Let me just go close up so I can make sense of this. So this shape here, that shape there, is this shape here. And done. Okay. So are we thinking if we combine this end on with the A, we get a word? If we combine the L with this, which one is this? A little hard to see these. This one, a little hard to make out these little symbols. But what do we do with this? So this L, Am I imagining the fact that that doesn't have a match here? That L? We want an 8 letter, so if we had 2 for each. Strange. Are you sure about the key shapes? They don't look like a perfect match to me. They sure look like a perfect match to me. You think I have it? Yeah, I have it not quite right. All right, let's take another look. All right, so this one here, this one, I don't know why it's having trouble. This one here is absolutely this one here. So that's upper left. This one here is absolutely this one here. That's upper right. But I wonder if I might have gotten these mixed up. Let's see. This one here looks like this one here, lower right. And then this one here is a match for lower left. So no, those are right. Those are right. But now, what do we make of this? This is strange. I mean, this sure looks like this. So the upper right key, well, this A looks like A N-D-O-N, Endon. But this one and this one don't seem like matches to me. Let me just look at another one for a second. What about this guy? Oh, it's a little tricky. This doesn't seem to have a match. What about this one? This one might be the ska match. And what about this one? That's obey. Am I wrong that I'm not finding this? So, all right. Maybe we're just trying to find the letters that have matching symbols. So then, if that's true, then the upper left, I claim that this one doesn't have a match, but that this one matches to ska. So E plus ska. And that this one matches to what is this thing here? O-P-E-Y? Is that what that says? G plus O-P-E-Y. This seems wrong to me. Can we look at the gravestone card? Here's our gravestone. It doesn't have names. I'm just going to go through. I'm going to keep doing this for a second to just see if it only turns out that there are 8 letters that have matching symbols. But boy, they're not making it easy. Let me just look at this. So in the lower left and lower right, so far I've found 3 letters that have matches. What about this? Does this have a match? This looks like that NO one. What about this one? This has a match. That's the ABBA. And what about this thing? This looks like it. This doesn't have a match. It almost looked like Kaz. No, it does. This is the all H. And then down here, this one is the TERH. And then this one, maybe they all match. No, this one doesn't seem to match. What about this one? That's the Kaz. C plus CAS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I've got 8 letters that match, which is exactly how many letters it wants. So I think those are our 8 letters. 8 letters amongst the key symbols that have a matching symbol. Now, what these words mean, I can't tell. I don't know. I don't understand that. But if I write out the letters that match, I get A, C, G, R, S, N, N, C. Those are the letters that, as best I could see, have matching symbols here. But how would we know what order to put them in? Unless I'm doing it wrong and it's just a coincidence that I thought I got 8. Is this one OEN? I don't think it is, but boy, is it hard to see those tiny little symbols. I mean, maybe this is this. Oh boy, guys, really? I guess that is that. And if that is that, then I no longer have 8 symbols, but 9. So maybe I'm on the wrong trail here. Unless I got something else wrong. Okay. What are we missing here? Sounds like someone else figured it out, which I'm happy to take. The letters are fragments of the abandoned hope thing on the grave. Okay. So you don't mean here because this doesn't say abandoned hope. What do you mean then here? I see. You're saying that abandon all hope, ye who enter here. This looks like abandon hope. All right, let's try to see what the chat is trying to say. The letters are fragments of the abandoned hope thing on the grave. O-E-N, I see. O-E-N-T-E-R, and then H-E-R-E. So these spell out abandon hope, all ye who enter. So I guess if we start writing abandon, where is our abandon? ABA. So this should be our first symbol. And this is here. So if we start writing abandon ABA, we get this symbol here, which is an S. And then ABA, then we should find an here, abandon, N-D-O-N. So where do we find this symbol? We find this symbol over here. So that would be an A. So our next letter is an A. So abandon, then we've got hope. Where's our, sorry, abandon all hope, A-L-L-H. Okay, so this symbol, which was down here, that's an N, S-A-N. The next letters are, should be O-P-E. OPE, okay. According to my notes, that matches that letter. So that's a G, S-A-N-G, hope, ye. So the next letter is E-Y-E, or E-W-H, E-W-H, okay. According to my notes, I didn't find one that was that. Okay, but it must be in one of these. So where is the EWH symbol? Is it that one right there? Or this is a little tricky. It's that one right there, okay. So that's a U. So ye, ooh, enter. So that next one is down here. According to my notes, that one is that one. A little hard to see. Okay, that's an I. I guess we're going to see sanguine. O E N, and then we've got TER, so that's that one. According to my notes, that's the N. So that's our sanguine. Okay, we only have to continue sanguine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that's it. So that was a little rough, but well done, DJ, who figured out it was letters that spelled out this, which gave us the word. Okay, so our clue to get in is sanguine. All right, so, and what is the thematic thing we're doing here? You eye the 4 keyholes and try to figure out which key goes in which spot. So I guess the way we're answering what key goes in which spot doesn't seem like we need the clue. We should know the clue to be able to answer that. We figured out which key goes in which spot. So I don't know why we needed to do this very complicated thing of figuring out sanguine. I mean, thematically, I don't understand why we need to figure out sanguine, although it's a much more interesting, harder puzzle. Okay. All right, so let's not read that. Let's take our next break. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we've got the keys in. We've shouted the magic word as we turn them. The channel is discussing whether this is going to be the end of part 1. People are worried about me going on tilt, it seems. I did notice that this thing that we thought might be for another puzzle was actually part of the bite mark puzzle, right? It's saying unscramble where the fangs puncture. That was the puzzle of her bite mark. So I think we might be done here. All right, let's go to the website. Let's see what happens. The doors to the castle swing open. It is deathly still. Beth steps backward, making it clear you are going to be leading this exploration. You shuffle into the entryway and you immediately notice that the candles are lit. It seems odd for an abandoned castle. You try to get your bearings of what you see when a form pops out from behind the open door. It's Simon. You try to greet him, but he rushes back outside the castle, staying firmly on the outside of the doors. You found 2 of the 3 missing agents. The sooner you find the last, the sooner you can go home. You ask him about the final one. All right, so we're talking to Simon, who was Agent C. And we're asking him about John Stoker, Agent B. Let's hear what he has to say.
John? Well, yeah. He's in that chamber. Listen, I don't want to go back inside. The job just isn't worth it, okay? We should just leave, like, right now. I mean, look at the place. It's a giant crypt. There's a casket in the middle of the place. There are bones and vials of blood. Look, if you two want to play hero, that's on you.
Okay, pretty creepy. Pretty creepy. You have one more person to save, and he's in this chamber, right? Just finish the mission quickly so you can get out of this place. You wave Simon farewell as he races away into the darkness. You expect to see Beth following his lead, but she remains by your side. Oh, this could be bad. You cautiously step deeper inside, and you're taken aback. It's a dimly lit crypt, and there's a coffin at the very back of it. You are oddly drawn to the casket, but you are even more interested when you see it's locked tight. You then spy the note on the ground. It's from John. You recognize the handwriting. Could he be telling you the code to unlock the coffin? It's time to find out, with time in large caps. Okay, turn over cards E, H, and J now. So H was our abandoned hope. It's the note from John. This one gets flipped over. It becomes an inventory of items in the crypt. And then this one gets flipped over, and it's how to kill a vampire. Okay, and then it tells us all these other cards that are showing. 1, 3, and 5 are showing. L, M, N. Okay, so these things are still technically available to us on the table. I'm just going to push them out of the way. I really wonder what would have happened if we had tried to kill Beth. All right, so these are the ones that are mainly on our thing. Let's see what it wants. It's time to find out. Could he be telling you the code to unlock the coffin? Our objective here is unlock the coffin, which needs a 7-digit number. Okay. Let's read what we've got here. Here's the note from John, the first agent to go missing. At midnight, I entered through the door and into the castle. It was not at all what I expected. The boss sent me to investigate rumors of vampires, and this chamber did not disappoint. There was a casket above me, surrounded by lit candles. At exactly 3 in the morning, I found a secret behind the tapestry on the wall. It was a bookshelf. Besides bound literary works and parchments, there were several jars full of what appears to be fresh blood. I began to fear that these rumors might be true. What person would keep a casket in their entryway and then hide jars of blood? I must keep my guard up. I need to take inventory of everything I see in this chamber, as it might be of use later. I don't want to touch anything, or else I might contaminate the scene. Therefore, I should refer to these items by their position in the room. Only at 10 in the morning did I find nothing else to look at. Dawn has broken, but I still fear as if I am being watched. No, the word is stalked. I see shows darting about, and the shrieks are not from this world. I must find a place to hide. There must be some place where I can be safe. If you find this note, then you know my story. Be safe. There's a little fingerprint of blood here. All right, so that clue in the beginning told us time. He's mentioned a couple times here. 3 o'clock, he found the secret. At 10 o'clock, nothing else to look at. And he says, I'm hiding someplace safe. I should only refer to these items by their position in the room. Okay, and then he says, inventory of items in the crypt. The wooden chest, there's something in here, I can't find the code. The stained glass, we are below ground. Why is there a window and how is it lit? He's crossed off tapestry. Door, candelabra, pool of blood. Then he says, it is time to make some sense of what I haven't crossed off. For statue, he wrote, something moves on this statue. Is it hiding something? I think the things he's talking about are actually related to the box. If you look at the box, we've got like stained glass, we've got coffin, candelabras of colors. We've got a statue here, maybe. Maybe this is the stained glass. Then, of course, there's all this. Vials of blood labeled with A negative, whatever. Crossbow, that's there. Skull, that's there. Footprints, that's there. Okay, so it's clearly talking about, this is talking about things here. All right, let's just keep reading this for a second, then we'll go back. How to kill a vampire. Decapitate them at the neck. If multiple attack at once, this must happen to all at the same time. Burn them in a fire so strong they cannot escape, and stake them through the heart. Check the back to make sure the puncture is complete. And then there are some lines through these. It's like physical bending lines. Strange. Okay, I don't feel like we need to know how to kill a vampire yet, but back to this. He says, it's time to find out. Could he be telling you the code to unlock the coffin? It's time to find out, it says. And we need a 7-digit number. Okay, are there 7 things here in the inventory? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we've got our 7 things, I think, and now we just need to come up with numbers for each of them. Or these are their numbers. No, that doesn't make sense. So there are our 7 items, and we need a 7-digit number. Now he says, I need to take inventory, and that's our inventory. I should refer to these items by their position in the room. I see, it's a clock. You probably figured this out. That's right. It's a clock. Okay. So there's our clock with noon, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9. I see here are our lines here. Noon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so let's do it. Let's get our list out here. All right, so the wooden chest. Is the wooden chest that thing? Or is it it's not the coffin, right? What does it say about the wooden chest? $12 might be at the top by default. Yes, I agree with that. But what's our wooden chest? I just need to see if it's the coffin he's talking about, or is it a different wooden chest? Surely it's not the coffin. Behind the tapestry is a bookshelf, parchments, blood. Only at 10 did I find nothing else to look at. Dawn is broken. Da 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 da. Okay. So let's do the wood chest. Skull. Let me just write all these out. Skull, stained glass, crossbow, bone, statue, and footprints. Okay, the skull is at 10. 9, 10. So the skull is 10, which is a little bit problematic, so it's 2 digits. How are we going to make sense of that? I wonder. 12 might not be at the top. I see what you're saying now. I see that would make sense. Where do we think? We think the stained glass is the 12. Let me see why we think that. I agree with you that it can't be. We can't have a 2-digit 10, so that can't be right. So how are we orienting ourselves? Only at 10 did I find nothing else to look at. Okay, so I think maybe that's our clue. At 10, he had nothing else to look at. At 3, he had a tapestry on the wall. So I think our 3 is going to be the tapestry. And that would make, if 3 is the tapestry. Then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 would be nothing to look at. Okay, I think that's right. So if that is correct, he says at 3 I found the tapestry, which you might have a hard time seeing. There we see tapestry. And then he says at 10 there's nothing to look at, which is our 10 nothing to look at. Then I think we have our orientation correct. So given that, let's see if we get single digits now for everything. Given that the skull is at 1, the stained glass is at 9, the crossbow is at 6, the bone is at 2, the statue here is at 4, the footprints are at 8. So the only question left then is, where is the wood chest? So do we think this is the wood chest? You need zooming in on that? Is that our wood chest? That's going to be our wood chest. Okay. All right. So if that's our, wait, that's not good, because that's 12. That would give us too many digits. Where is our wood chest? Is that our wood chest? In the corner there? Is that a wood chest? Doesn't look like anything. Maybe I need to read this text again. Where does he mention this wood chest? Oh, wait, what does he say here about the wood chest? There is something in here. I can't find the code. Is he talking about the coffin? Logan says 3 and 12 are 3 o'clock. Okay, that doesn't make any sense to me. The chest is what we're trying to open. That's fine. If that's true, then where would we put the chest? Is it not? Do we need to reference the text? Because I don't see how we're going to figure it out from that box. Let me read this again. There was a casket above me, surrounded by lit candles. What person would keep a casket in their entry? I don't understand. You have to include something because we need a 7-digit number, and we've got 7 items, including the wood chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got digits for everything. 6 digits of the 7 we need are for the things we know. We're just missing the wooden chests digit. Is it that it's behind the tapestry is how we got into this room? So it's on the other side of that tapestry. I think that's it. I think that's it. Behind the tapestry from this room, we find the tapestry. We went through it to come into here. And then we oriented ourselves. So I think the coffin is through the tapestry. I think it's 3. I think the answer is 3. That it's through the door, through the tapestry. Logan is leaving us. I hope it's not because I was snippy about it. I think this is it. Let's try this. If it's not it, I'm going to... Whoa! We don't want the hint. If it's not it, then you guys are going to have to help me. Okay, we're saying use the... Unlock the coffin. Okay. And I'm saying we're going to list it in this order. And we're going to say the wooden chest is out the 3, but it's taking a minute to load here. Let's try stopping it and reloading it. Okay. Logan says, I'm just tired and can't trust me. Well, that's how I feel a lot of the time too. So that shouldn't be a reason you got to go to sleep. But if you want to go to sleep, that's fine too. 3196248. Okay, if this is correct, I'm going to be happy with this game that it required us to do a little thinking outside of the box. Pun intended. Let's hit enter. No. Okay, so I was wrong. That's unfortunate. 3196248. No. Okay, so well, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. All right, well, let's go back to this. John says, do you have a flashlight to shine in the corners of the box? Let me just make sure I got the rest of these right. So skull is 1. Skull is 1. Stained glass is 9. Crossbow is 6. Bone is 2. Statue is 4. Footprints are 8. So then the only question is, where is wood chest? To me, it seems very clear. 12, 1, 2, 3. Through the thing, this is the wood chest. And it makes sense that we've got our orientation right because 3 in the morning is the tapestry. And he said at 10, there was nothing else to see, which is why we said there was nothing else there. If we got this backwards now, that doesn't make sense. Wasn't a bookcase behind the tapestry? Maybe you're right. Let me see here. A secret behind the tapestry. It was a bookshelf. There were jars. Oh, you're right. Behind the tapestry was a bookshelf. I guess I'm confused by this. Maybe we need to slow down and read this. Can we look in the 7 corner again? Yeah. So there's the 7 corner. What is that? Can you see something? Can we... So I see that I did read this a little rushed about this tapestry, but can someone explain to me where we are relative to this casket? It's very confusing that it's talking about a wood. First we've got the coffin that's locked, and now we've got... There was a casket above me. What does that mean? Casket above you? How is this casket above someone? What does that mean, casket above you? Are we inside this thing? What does that mean? There was a casket above me, surrounded by lit candles. Okay, so I guess we're meant to think it's like this. That, like, we're here. What are we looking up from the basement? Is that the idea? That we're below this in the room below it? That makes no sense. How do we see the candles? I don't understand that. And then somehow we're looking up to that casket. That makes no sense that we can now see that with the lit candles. Then he finds the secret behind the tapestry, a bookshelf. Okay. That's when he sees the books and the blood. Fine. What would a person keep in a casket in their entryway? All right. Now, after that, we get the inventory that says there's a wood chest. There's something in here. I can't find the code. Are you talking about the casket? Or are you talking about a wood chest that has a code somehow? That's... Okay. Wood chest. I don't see any wood chests. It can't be talking about the casket. because he's written here casket. He's not mentioned any wood chest. Is it? But it can't be this thing, which looks like a wood chest. Because that's at 12. He's surely not talking about this blank thing we see in the corner. I mean, I'll try putting 7 in. That crazy blank thing is the wooden chest that has a code. I'm going to try 7. I'm not going to be happy if that's what it is. I mean, I agree that's worth trying, but that seems ridiculous. 7, 1, 9, 6, 2, 4, 8. Well, that was it. So let me show you the wooden chest that has a code. Here's the wooden chest that has a code. There's the wooden chest with a code. Can someone explain to me how that's a wooden chest with a code? Do you see? I mean, I see the idea that there's something there. What on earth would possess someone to, I mean, I guess if you look at it the right way, you can kind of see what might be a dim outline of a box. Okay, all right, well. Yeah, I guess. I don't like it, but so be it. Stop the clock. You look back at the note. He sure did see a lot in there over the hours of his search. But where can he possibly be? You hear a shriek from the other end of the room where Beth has pulled back the tapestry to find a bookcase. With jars of blood on every shelf, nestled around the tomes. You thought that the blood had made her shriek until you spy the shelf. It is spinning in on itself like something from a cliché horror movie. The shelf completes its spin, separating you from your coworker. You get ready to race to the shelves when a motion above you catches your eye. Someone is on a balcony 2 stories above you, a crossbow pointed your way. You raise your hands in surrender when you recognize the form. It's Montague, the vampire hunter. Apparently, he didn't abandon you after all. Chapter 1 finale, vampire. The part about the casket being above you is a hint about looking in the box. It's too hard to explain over chat. Maybe I can explain in a comment. I just don't see how he sees the casket above him when it's in this room. But okay, let's make sure we understand what's happening here. Pulled back the tapestry, she found a bookcase. Then it spins and separates her, and she's now in a different room. Like a horror movie cliche, you know, with the spinning bookcase that separates, like Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein or Dracula. So it completes. She's in the other room. We're in the other one. We're going to race to the shelves to figure out how to spin it so we can get in when someone in the balcony is pointing at something at us, and it's Montague. All right, let's see how that works.
You there. She bite you yet? What about the other one? You did not realize who you are dealing with. These friends of yours aren't mortal anymore. They may have already begun the transformation, and we are too late to stop it. There may be a way to get you out of here alive yet, but you need to open that casket. I'll cover you from up here.
He'll cover us from up here. I don't trust this guy. He's lost his mind. All right. Immediately after he calls down to you, you hear a familiar scrape. The grand doors of the castle have closed behind you, locking you in this crypt. You try to pry the doors open, but they remain shut. You race to the bookcase, but it won't budge. You search left and right. You almost smash the window, but you look back up at the form of Montague. His crossbow is set on the casket. You know what you need to do. You step up to the casket, enter the code, and slowly pry the lid open. We have reached the end of Chapter 1, but we still have Chapter 2 to go. You may have rescued Simon, but the other two agents have slipped through your grasp. Even worse, you're now trapped in a crypt, and you are pretty sure that vampires are nearby. Play the second chapter to find out if you can find them, and to see if you escape in time. You can continue playing now by clicking here and entering the password of crypt, or you can pack everything into the box for a later time. Be sure to grab the papers you set aside earlier that are not needed for this chapter. You can simply use the welcome letter to log back into the game and pick up where you left off, just like you did to start this game. Just select chapter 2 instead of this one. Okay, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to continue playing? We've been playing for 3 hours and 40 minutes. It's 2:41 a.m. We could continue playing for another 3 hours, or we could stop here and continue tomorrow instead of playing Deadbolt House of Asher. What does the group want to do? Continue or stop? I'd vote continue or vote stop. All right, I got a little bit off tilt on that because of that. I mean, we noticed something was in the corner, but boy, was that. There was the part about the code on the coffin and casket, and the thing above us really. Okay, we've got 2 votes for continue, 1 vote for buy Count Chocula cereal, 1 vote for it's up to what the puzzle people think. All right, I guess we're going to continue then. Let's cancel this vote here. All right, we can at least get started here. All right, we're going to continue by clicking here and entering the password crypt. Chapter 2. Welcome back. If you've not played the first chapter yet, please click the back button, select Chapter 1. Chapters must be played in order in this game. This chapter requires a bit of setup before we can get started. Go ahead and pull out the props, papers, cards, and envelopes out of the box and place them before you on the table. Look through all the objects and papers and find the purple Chapter 1 cutout. It feels like we don't need all of this stuff from before, although I guess we're going to need this thing about how to kill a vampire. I'll try to put everything else aside. Clear our working space here. All right, so it wants our items from before, including, all right, actually, this looks pretty scary. Like we're going to meet some monsters here. I'm a little nervous, I must tell you. All right, so it wants us to cut out. Take the 2 sheets. Where's our other sheet here? Okay. Okay. Cut out those items. All right. You can't see this, can you? Well, what did you guys think of chapter 1? I guess maybe I'm a little too quick to complain about some things. Okay, we're cutting out the swords now. You know what it reminds me a little bit of is place backwards at the bottom edge of the white. It reminds me a little bit of Escape from the Dark Castle. You remember that game? That was pretty deluxe, had little components that sort of punched out. So we're being given 2 scabbards for cutting off a vampire's head, it looks like. How many vampires are we going to have to deal with here? I'm a little concerned about that. Feels like there's a whole family of vampires to kill. Are these really vampires, though, or is it just people who are on a bit crazy? Chapter 1 was the easy chapter, huh? Chapter 2 is going to be harder. Well, this has been a surprise in terms of, difficulty level. In terms of, we thought it was going to be for like little newcomers to these games, but I don't think it's quite that simple. I think this would be a challenge, bit of a challenge, especially if I didn't have you guys. We'd really be in trouble. Okay, so if we turn to the look, we've got a top sword and a bottom sword. They look the same to me. We've got a whole bunch of coffins. 2 white ones, some cross ones, 2 orange ones. Okay, so looks like I've got everything you can't see. Okay. Okay, so I've got all the pieces here that were supposed to be cut out. Open the box, place it on the table. You will need to see the images inside of the box for this chapter of the game, so make sure it is in view. Open the box, keep it on the table to see the inside. Next, look through the papers and objects in front of you. Find the following objects. Sheets 2, 3, C and D, H, I, J, W. Okay. So we've got this is 6 and 7. That's nothing to do with that. Okay. Sheets 2 and 3. Feels like they're place these outside of the playing area. These are all things we don't need anymore from chapter 1. Fine. Just gonna generically put stuff out of the way. The keys, the grounds envelope. This basically it's saying we don't need all of the stuff we played before, although it doesn't say K goes out of the way, so maybe we might still need K. B doesn't say we don't need B, but it does say we don't need I. I don't know about this mess. C we don't need. Okay, I don't love this part. Is it just telling us everything we played with from before we don't need? J and H. Seems like it. L, W. All right, I think we don't need anything that we've played with before. That may come back to bite us. Okay, put these outside if they're not needed. Use the picture below to help you find anything. Okay, fine. So these are the things we don't need anymore. Okay. I wouldn't mind just giving me the stuff I do need, though. Find the remaining stuff. Place them on the table right by the open box. Some of the papers need to be turned to a certain side. Okay, so here's our photo. Okay, so we still need this. We need the kill a vampire. We need our cutouts. We need, we need this sheet face up. And we need this sheet face up. And we need the crypt envelope. And we might need the mirror. Okay, putting everything where it wants it here. Just for the hell of it. Okay, that seems like basically everything is where it wants it. And the pen. Okay. We're ready to go. And then there's this too. Okay, and then it wanted the box nearby. Fine. All right, so that's everything. We can continue. Okay, so password is crypt. And here we go with chapter 2. You are back in time in 1897 in Romania on a search and rescue mission for 3 missing agents. You found 2 of them so far, but according to Montague, a vampire hunter hired by the boss, you might not be so lucky. Beth has been bitten and then vanished into a secret passage behind a bookshelf. Maybe we should have killed her. Simon left you locked in a crypt with a locked casket. With no other exit, you approach the coffin to see what secrets or horrors lie within. Content warning. As we discussed on the intro page, this second chapter is more PG-13 than the first. There are scarier images in the videos, bloody videos, and a bit of violence. For those younger players, or those of you who do not like scarier material, this is your warning before playing this chapter. The second chapter is more difficult than chapter 1. It is designed to be that way. If you struggle with the puzzle, use the hints. They're there to give you a nice nudge, just like a game master does in an escape room. You aren't punished for using them. We highly encourage you to check them if you get confused. There isn't much time left to rescue the remaining agents. You need to set the time for today's escape. Play for fun. Don't worry about the clock. Otherwise, set your timers. Okay. We need pen, paper, scissors. Start the clock. Begin the mission. Crypt. Okay. In the chat, DJ Moneycut says, I don't really get the timing thing. Why are we in the past? This is something that just got with all the long, generous help and information. It sort of seemed to skip the stuff that this whole game system may be thematically staged around people that get sent back in time. Jonathan says, the highlights of chapter 1 was the weapons puzzle, the listening to spooky sounds puzzle, the vampire bite puzzle. Didn't care for the later ones as much. DJ Moneycut says, I like chapter 1, not sure how a kid would do though. John says, listening to creepy sounds puzzle in particular seemed fun and set the mood. Delia says, I'm enjoying it so far. I also like that now we're more hands-on than following the website. I guess with the increased difficulty, it will be even more fun. Joseph Mayu says, as someone who taught middle school before, you'd be surprised how kids catch on to stuff quicker than adults. Give them credit. John says, well, I think maybe we need to accept we're just not as bright as kids these days. Remember, the asylum was for age 12. They know all the famous authors through time by that age. Okay, and then Joseph May was laughing at my joke about come back to bite us. All right, so I do think that kids may be better than us at some of these things. All right, here we are with the casket. You open the coffin. The sight inside is too grisly to even imagine. John is inside the casket, but he's shriveled and pale, lifeless. You quickly check his pulse, but you don't need to. The man is dead. You hear a noise behind you as Montague slides down a rope and falls next to the casket. Montague points out the marks on his neck. He has bites, not unlike those on Beth, but they appear deeper. A tiny bit of blood seeps out of one fang mark. You look back to the vampire hunter, ready to ask him about it, but instead you meet a horrifying sight. He has a wooden stake and he jabs it downward right into the heart of the fallen agent. The dead body shudders as if in alarm and then falls still. He's not asking our permission anymore. He's like, there goes the thing. He did not even wait for us this time. He sees what we did with Beth, that we don't have the guts to kill these people, so we just killed the other one.
It isn't pretty, but it is effective. Jab a wooden stake into any vampire you meet. And if you're lucky, it is a kind that can be killed. If not, well, let's face that when it happens. For what it is worth, I'm sorry about your friend, but whatever bit him is still in here with us.
Okay. You're still in shock. You look back at the form of John and you think back to that sudden jolt he gave as the stake entered his heart. He was dead a moment ago. You took his pulse. You need to get out of here. You look around again. Look again around the chamber. There's a locked trunk in the corner, and there appears to be a strange statue that might be hiding something beneath it. There's also that hidden passage in the bookshelf that separated you from Beth. You have several things you can investigate right now. Be sure you choose the correct objective based on the answers you find. You can solve the puzzles in any order. So all of a sudden it's gone from linear to non-linear to give us choices of what to tackle. There's a little comment here that has to do with my only complaints about this game, of these little bits of weird things. Like here it is describing the room to us, and listen to its description. It says, there's a locked trunk in the corner. That's the one we saw that you really could barely see. And then it says, there appears to be a strange statue. Oh, there appears to be a strange statue that might be hiding something beneath it, beneath the statue. There's also the hidden passage in the bookshelf that separated you. Okay, fine. And then it says, open up the crypt envelope. Okay. So here are the last remaining pieces of the game. Whoa, it's a oh, sorry, you can't say. Okay. So we've got a glass of blood wine or something with the statue on the other side of it. We've got the bookshelf with blood on it. That's on the back of the box too. Little missing letters puzzle. We've got some stained glass with a spider. You know what you have to do. Pierce the vampire. What you need is in blue. And then a mirror. Reflections can expose vampires. And it says Fang. The bats here are not vampire bats. But it tells us what they're showing. I see. So I shouldn't have looked at all of those. It says Fang is up front. That's up front. So ignore the things I showed you that I shouldn't have showed you yet. The letters. and the statue. Okay. I'll just put those. Actually, let me put the parts up. We don't need those till we need them. All right. Okay. Sheets showing 1, 6, 7, 6, 7, and 1. Yes. Okay. Fine. We can choose what to work on, and here are our choices. We can try to unlock the chest with an 11 letter code, or move the statue with a 4-digit number. All right, let's take a look here. An 11 letter code. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So here's the chest. There's our 11 letter code for that. So when we finish this word out or phrase, we'll be able to unlock the chest. And we see letters here. W, R, S, L, C. I guess that's a Y. And then there are more letters here. So that looks like that. And then the statue has some weird stuff on its nose, on its beak here, that look like numbers. And the statue needs 4 digits. And that's a very weird looking thing there. It's a bat with its 2 ears being labeled as a 1 and a 5. 0, 1, 2, 3. The bats here are not vampire bats, not the right area of the world for those. Each is missing something, though. I also found a sketch with an ominous word on it. I wonder if it all connects. Bang. The bats here are not vampire bats. Each is missing something. This seems like ways you could indicate what's missing. Hmm. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where to start. Which of these? We've got a chest. Let's take a closer look at this chest. And then this has letters, so it feels like this could be related to our chest. How would we make sense of this? This fit here? Like this fits here. X, Y, Z. So it's just the alphabet in order. Hmm. Let's read this again. You're still in shock. There's a locked trunk and a strange statue. There's also the hidden passage in the bookshelf. We can choose to try to unlock the chest or move the statue. Hmm. So the stained glass here matches that stained glass there, which would give us colors. Not sure how that helps us. And then the bookshelf looks like at the bottom of the box we've got information, and we've got information here. Recipient taste choices, donor blood. Slice the vampire. Hmm. Does the sorry, you can't see. Does the spider, which is blue, have a letter? Yes, the spider has the letter S. The bats here are not vampire bats. Each is missing something. I also found a sketch with an ominous word on it. I wonder if this all connects. Bang. Okay, chat is calling me for something. Would the code for the statue be the missing numbers on the bats? So you're saying you think 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7? I'm not sure what to do with that? Um, okay, actually, this is interesting. This bat is missing a line here that the others all seem to. No, in fact, they're all missing. They're all got some different stuff. Okay, this is interesting. Now that you mention it, these little bats. This guy's missing a line here. This guy's missing a line here. This guy's missing this line here. Each is missing something. F-A-N-G. F-N-G. Card showing F-A-N-G-R. Oh, there's our A right there. Okay, look. Bang. F-A-N-G. 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 What pieces are missing? For F, it's this line here, which is an 8. Okay, this is good teamwork here. That's our F. The A, what's missing? Where's my other green? What's missing on this bat? Is it one of his eyes? Is it this eye that this line is passing through? I think it is. I think it's his right eye that's missing. Or his right ear, I guess, however you want to look at that. I think that's a 5 that's missing. Okay. For the N, what's missing is that line there, which we're told is a 0. Okay. And then for the G, what's missing is this one here, which we can see is a 2. Nicholas says, I like that the A sheet was with us from the beginning. Okay, looks like Delia figured out before I did. All right, so 8502, I think we got the statue. So I think let's try moving the statue. Okay. We say the code is 8502. Got it. The statue slides a few feet. You stare into the dark hole below where the base had sat. Something must be down there. You just wish you had more light. Cautiously, you reach into the darkness until your fingers brush against something odd. A goblet. Montague shines a candle deep into the hole. What is inside makes you want to be sick. Goblets are stacked in rows, but each is stained with a red substance. Something that looks suspiciously like dried blood. It's almost like it's a pantry or something, a place to come and feed. There's a list of different blood types as well. Montague looks at the collection with distaste. Let's see what he thinks of it.
The creature creatures feed on blood. But do you know why? Blood is what the living have. Your heart pumps blood to keep you alive. The dead crave blood because they crave life. It is what will keep them animated, though a cursed life it is, if that is what you could call it. Best to stay away from their food.
Okay. You slither away. Where are they getting this blood from? Is it all human? Your eyes go to the only other thing you have to help, the locked chest. Turn over card F. Okay, so we're turning over this one to the goblets. But now it's telling us we need to unlock the chest. Probably we don't need this now. Probably we could have done the chest first. So let's just take a look at this quickly. Each glass must be filled with the blood of a different donor. Pour from the jars in the order foretold by the red line, so that each can be consumed. There's only one way to pour so that all can be fulfilled. All recipients happy. Follow the red arrow and tell which glass each donor goes in from the choices below. The goblet is for AB plus, glass 1, glass 2. Okay, so it's a little constraint satisfaction problem, but it's not to do with our chest. So we can put that aside for now. Probably this is by itself. This and the box. Okay. I'm assuming that we don't need this goblet to figure out. I'm assuming that's part of a different puzzle, but it does seem like these may be related. Nicola figured it out. If the spider's blue with the window in the box, we do have colored candles. Purple, blue, green, red, blue, blue. How many are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We have 11. That's how many letters are in our code word. 1, 2, 3. The fifth is an S, which is blue. Let's see if that works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blue. So I think we're on to something here. Let's write out our 11 letters. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So if there we go. That's it. So this is going to match us up to give us colors for these letters. And then the candles are going to give us the 11 order. Okay. So we know that blue is the S. And then W is going to be the pink. And then R is going to be green. L is going to be, what do you call that? I guess that's like violet. L. The Y is going to be yellow. And then the C is going to be orange. Okay, now with those, let's go back to this. So blue is an S, which we already are given a couple letters, right? Where our first letter, fifth letter is S, and seventh letter is L. So S and L. The second letter is also blue, so that should be an S. First letter is violet, I guess we're calling that. That would be an L. Green is an R. Doesn't look to be spelling a word. Fourth looks like orange, which would be a C. Then an S. Then it looks like another S. Then an L. Then an orange, which is a C. Then another orange, another C. Then a green, which is an R. And then a violet, which is L. LSRCS SLCCRL. Is that going to be the code? Just like that? Not spelling out a word? Or do we have to do something else to get... Unlock the chest. Let's just try this. Doesn't seem right, but let's try it, and if it's wrong, we'll have to figure out some extra step that we need to take. So I have LSRCS SLCCRL. That was it. It was just a random set of letters. The lock to the chest pops open. You're expecting treasures or skulls or keys, anything to be of use. Instead, all that's inside is a grubby old journal. The entire chest was locked up to protect this one journal? Whatever's inside must be important. You open the cover to see a photograph in black and white. This must be from one of the emit agents. You just wonder why it's there. Sudden knocking from the bookshelf behind the tapestry sets you on edge. From behind the shelves, you can hear the voice of Beth. Is she turning into a vampire now? Should we have killed her?
You need to get me out of here. There is something here. It's getting closer. It's him. I know it is. It's him. You can't let him get me again. I don't have any more blood to give.
She doesn't have any more blood to give. Yikes. Okay. You want to get in there to help her, but you don't see a way. The defensive look on Montague's face makes it look like he's not about to help you. You eye the bookcase again. Montague seems to understand your thought. He marches over to the stake that he placed in John and yanks it out, keeping it at the ready. You need to find a way through that bookcase, and quickly. Turn over card R now so that card S shows. Okay. Close the box, flip it over to the bookshelf. Okay, so now we've got the back, which has got our bookshelf on it. We haven't used this yet. That was weird how it was just a random code there, wasn't it? Okay. So we have a connection to the bookshelf and the bookshelf. And maybe we need some of this blood donor glue because it's got very similar stuff on it. And then the game says how to solve this puzzle. Whoa, look at this complicated thing. The jars from the bookcase that you need to choose from, each will be used only once. Each of the glasses that you need to fill has a taste. When you look at the requirements to fill a glass, use the row to see which columns have a blood drop in them in that row. That means the glass can have that type of blood. Figure out which glass has which blood donor in it. Then input the number answer based on the order from the bookcase. Okay, so it's giving us full instructions here. Let's wrap our heads around this. Well, I guess we should take a break first. We'll take an 8-minute break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll see if we can't get into this blood puzzle. We haven't met the vampires yet, but they're coming. They're coming. Okay, we're back 4.5 hours in. I'm not sure we're gonna finish this tonight, but let's take a look at this puzzle we're up against now. It's a bit of constrained satisfaction, but feels like it might be 2 levels deep. So it's saying that on the top row here we have the donors. The jars from the bookcase that you need to choose from, each one will be chosen only once. then the glasses that you need to fill have a taste. So it's a little like this is the donor blood and this is the recipient's taste choices. That's a little bit confusing. Then it says, when you look at the requirements to fill a glass, use the row to see which columns have a blood drop in them in that row. That means the glass can have that type of blood. Figure out which glass has which blood donor in it first, then input the number answer based on the order from the bookcase. So I think the first step is to see, this is going to be a multi-step thing, but it seems like it's saying that the order we're going to fill out this, fill the glasses, put in the code, is this order. So first goes AB. Are these positive and negatives here written so tiny that you can barely see them? Yes, okay, so it's AB negative, followed by A negative, it looks like, followed by AB positive, followed by O negative. Probably shouldn't do this. This just makes it harder to read. Okay, O negative, followed by O positive. Is that what it is? Followed by O positive, then by B positive, then by B negative, to there, B negative, followed by A positive. All right, let me rewrite that here. So AB negative, then A negative, then AB positive, then O negative, then O positive, then B positive, then B negative, and A positive. So these are the donor blood in this order is going to be our answer. Then we don't need this box anymore, and we don't need this anymore. Now it's just down to this. Okay. So as I understand the way this works is, the first thing we're going to do is put in some AB negative. Each of the donors, these are all unique, so we're only going to put AB negative once into something. Pour from the jars in the order foretold by the red line. That's what we just looked at. Okay. There's only one way to pour so that all can be fulfilled at one time to keep all recipients happy. That's a weird way of saying something, but okay. So what we don't know, though, is input the number, 8-digit number. Okay, so our final answer is going to be what cup number does the AB negative go into, and then what cup number does A negative go into, and so on. So we're going to end up with a 8-digit number where the digits are going to go from 1 to 8. So this will be 1 to 8. There's only going to be one use of each digit. So the question is, what glass gets the AB negative? So let's look at our constraints here. Okay. So but this is the double step thing. This goblet is for an AB positive who likes anything. In other words, glass 1 goes to someone who's on this line. So they'll take anything. So we don't know any. This is going to be the one that goes last, glass 1. So let's just glass AB. Glass 1 is an AB positive. Glass 2, that's glass 1. We know he's in there. Glass 2 is B positive, but will not like positive blood. Okay, so glass 2 is B positive. Glass 3 is first or last. Glass 4 is reserved for an A positive who will not drink O positive. So let me just put him down. Glass 4 is an A. Whoops. Glass 4 is an A positive. I'm just filling things out. Glass 5 belongs to a B, not minus. So I guess like telling us what their recipient blood type is helps constrain, and then they're adding constraints. Glass 6, we're not told what type they are. Glass 7, we're not told what type we are. Glass 8 is a B positive. So we've got 2 B positives, glass 2 and glass 8. Okay. So glass 3 is either first or last. So what that means is this is the first cup we're pouring, this is the last. So we're told right here now that this is glass, this could be for glass 3 that we're pouring first, or we could be pouring it here. Trying to use some, keep good track. So that could be glass 3, could be here or here that we do. So when we say glass 1, we mean guessed one, not the first one poured. The first one poured is going to be the AB negative. Okay. It's kind of hard to see on the screen, isn't it? It's going to be tricky to see everything. Okay, let's see. Next up. Glass 3 is poured first or last. Glass 2, maybe it's easier to just do which ones they can't do. Okay, but glass 2 will not like positive blood. Glass 2. Glass 4. AB minus. So who can take AB minus? There's only 2 types of recipients that will drink an AB minus, that first thing we pour. Either a recipient with AB positive or a recipient with AB negative will take that first pour. So it has to be, a recipient has to be an AB positive or an AB negative. One, two, three, four, five, six. Always the 6th drink. Sorry, I'm bouncing around. But glass 7 is always the 6th drink poured. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know this is glass 7. The 6th drink's poured. Oh, you can't see it. The 6th strength poured has to be glass 7. So that's done. Okay. Now, the last, no, that's not how it works. Okay. 6th strength poured. Okay. Glass 3 is poured first or last. Those are our two options. Or not our two options. That's the place where 3 could be. I guess we'd probably be better off with a full grid for this. Okay, this is tricky. Am I mixing up AB negative and AB positive? Don't think so. Let me just see. That's AB negative, right? AB negative gets poured first. Okay, let's write this out again. It'd be nice if we had a bigger piece of paper. All right, let's do it this way. Or where's our graph paper? In some sense, this is an enjoyable puzzle. I don't know if it's the right one to play 4 hours, 5 hours in, but okay, let's try this. A, B, negative. Oh boy, I can see. It's going to be one of those things. So glass 1, glass 2, glass 3, glass 4, glass 5, glass 6, glass 7, and glass 8. First drink poured is AB negative. Okay, next drink is an A minus. Then we have an AB positive. Then we have an O negative. Then we have an O positive. B positive. B negative. And an A positive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are our A, B positive. So this is our drink pour order. We pour this first, then this, then this, then this. That's what the diagram showed us. These here are our glass numbers, which don't get poured in this order. These are just, think of these people sitting at the table in position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now what we're told is, let's go back to this. Recipient of glass 7 is always the 6th drink poured. So glass 7 is always the 6th drink poured. So here we know this must be the 6th drink poured. Glass 7, the 6th drink poured goes to that person, which means no one else can get the 6th drink poured except for glass 7. Okay. Now, glass 3, we're told, is either the first or last poured. So it could go here, or it could go here. So glass 3 is either getting AB negative first or A positive last. Okay, let's continue here. Glass 2, it says glass 2 is a B positive but doesn't want positive blood. Okay, so glass 2 is not going to take any positive blood. So they're not going to take that. They're not going to take an O. They're not going to take an O positive. Let's go, guys. Class 2 is not going to take an AB positive. They're not going to take an O positive, and they're not going to take an A positive. But also we're told that they are B positive. I really wouldn't mind if this font, if this text wasn't quite so small. Okay, so if the recipient is B positive, we can also use the constraints from here. They can only take, the recipient is B positive. Okay, so if the recipient is, I have to keep going from zoomed in to zoomed out so we can read the tiniest fonts. Okay, recipient is B positive. So normally they would take a B plus or an O plus or a B minus or an O minus, but we've already ruled out the pluses. So that means the only ones they want are B minus and O minus. So they'll take the O minus or they'll take the B minus, but they won't take the AB minus or the A minus. Should you put X's down the whole column of 3? Yes, I can put X's down these, yes, because we know they only want the first or the last. Okay, so glass 2 has 2 possibilities. All right, so far so good. Next up, let's do the positives in red so we can see better. Those are possibilities, and this guy is fully locked in. Okay, next, glass 3, and here we go. I really resent having to have such a hard time reading these fonts, but okay. I mean, the text that's so hard to see. Okay, glass 1. The goblet is for an AB positive who likes anything. Okay, that's the one. Glass 1 can be anything, except it can't be a B plus because that guy gets it. All right, so we're just gonna, these are all check marks here for 1. We're gonna leave him for last. Glass 3, we did already. Glass 4 is reserved for an A positive who won't drink O positive. Okay, so we know he won't drink O positive, glass 4, so we can cross that off. But also, he's an A positive. If it's an A positive, it means he'll take A positive, and he'll take O positive, although we've crossed that out already. He'll take A negative, and he'll take O negative. The rest he doesn't like. Okay, that gives 3 possibilities for him. Next. Glass 5 belongs to a, looks like B negative, but refuses to drink their own type of blood. Okay, so glass 5 won't drink a B negative. He won't drink his own. And what else won't B negative drink? Well, there's only 2 things he'll drink. A B negative, which we're just told he won't drink, and an O negative. So really, we know exactly what glass 5 will drink. He won't drink anything else. Furthermore, since we now know that this guy must be drinking the O negative, we know this guy can't be drinking the O negative, and this guy can't be drinking the O negative, which now locks us into this guy. And these guys are out. So that means no one else can be drinking that but this guy. Okay, next. Glass 6 prefers AB negative or O negative. I guess prefers means that's only all he'll drink. So AB negative or no O negative. Well, O negative is already ruled out. That means he must be drinking AB negative. Which means this guy can't be drinking it. Which means this guy must be drinking this. Means this guy can't be drinking this anymore. These are out. Okay. Now that these are out, this guy must be drinking this one, which eliminates these. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. So far, so good. We know these can't be. Okay. We've already done glass 7. Glass 8 is B plus with no special requests. So glass 8 is B plus. So he won't drink A positive. He will drink B positive, but we've already ruled that out. He won't drink AB positive. He will drink O positive. He won't drink A negative. He will drink B negative. He won't drink AB negative. He will drink O negative. So he's got 3 he'll drink. And then 1, we said will drink anything. All right. So now let me remind myself why the third glass poured, we know it can't be any of the ones we've already done. So this guy has to be here, which cancels out this. That cancels out this, which means this guy has to be here. So each column once, each row once. And this we crossed out because of this. So the first glass poured was 6, the second glass 4, third glass 1. All right, so there's our answer. So they're poured in this order. So that's how we read it out. The first pour went to glass 6. The second pour went to glass 4. The third pour went to glass 1. The fourth pour went to glass 5. The fifth pour went to glass 8. The sixth pour went to glass 7. The seventh pour went to glass 2. And the eighth pour went to glass 3. So that's the answer I have. 6415873. Does anyone want to confirm or reject that? It is certainly possible that I made a mistake. Unfortunately, if I did, we'll probably have to do it all over again. Let's try putting it in and see what happens. Nicholas says it matches mine. 6, 4, 1, 5, 8, 7, 2, 3. Well done. Well done, Nicola. Well done, Jesse. You poured the glasses of blood. You're sickened by the very thought. You don't know how this will help open a bookcase. Until after the last glass is poured, you hear a shriek in the distance, and the bookshelf shudders and then begins to slide. Someone or something was watching you pour the blood. Is it feeding time? The pair of you duck together into the opening before it slams shut behind you once more. It's dark and still. You call out for Beth, but Montague places his hand over your mouth. He doesn't want us waking us.
They are here. Several of them. They know where we are, and they appear to be hunting us. Do you see that glimmer of light in the distance? Straight ahead? That is the safest place to go. You need to clear the way, though. This chamber is full of caskets. Slide them around if you must, but get to that light. Take my case with you. I'll hold them off.
Oh boy, sliding puzzle. In the darkness, you can swear you see shadows. You hear Montague head off in another direction, abandoning you in a chamber of coffins, or possibly even beds for vampires. You must move the emit tile, which represents you, from the star to the arrow. It may not cross over any of the coffins at any time and may not travel anywhere except on the lettered tiles. Each coffin can be slid, but only in the direction the arrows show. They also can only sit on the lettered spaces. Arrange the coffins on sheet 6 in this method now. Only after you have successfully made it to the arrow can you move on in the objective by entering the word solved. Okay, so it doesn't even have a code here. It's just asking you to be on the honor system. So it's basically saying, get out this. Arrange these things like so. Yeah. These are actually numbered. 6 is here, not that it seems like it matters. So we have to, these don't really fit exactly. So this is kind of a mess, but okay. So you know this kind of puzzle. Sometimes they sell these as parking plastic puzzles. And Tina says, this is not ideal for streaming. It's also not ideal for Jesse. But what's weird is that there's no actual code you enter. You just can tell it that you've solved it. So you can see what you have to do is you just have to move this to here. So let's just play with it for a little while. These can only move up and down. So I mean, this could go here. This could go here. This could go here. This goes up. This goes down. That's not right. This is like the wrong... Okay. I'm trying to think what to do here. Okay, how about this guy gets out of the way? How am I gonna get... let's think about it logically for a second. I don't know how long we want to work. Are we allowed to move spaces, then move coffins? Yes, like you could make a path, move this guy, and then move things down below him. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying, can we move this guy up here? Yes, I guess we could. We can move him all the way that way. And maybe we can move all the way down. Now I'm trapped in here. Oh, now I can go this way. Go up. Go this way. And now I'm stuck in here. Kind of a cute puzzle, really. But okay, maybe I can move them all. Wait, is that it? That's it. Is there really space to sit on these? We're gonna call it done. I'm gonna call it done. I don't really understand. Am I allowed to be on these edge spaces? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It does say lettered spaces. Nicola says, well done. I guess I don't know if he's being serious or not, but when Nicola gives the green light, that's done. We call it Sixth Sense. Okay. All right. So we're going to click and type solved. You reach the other side. You see a staircase heading up into the tower. The flickering light of a candle at the top of the steps must have been the light you spied to get you here. You take a few steps up when you hear a shriek. It's not unlike that of an owl or a creature of the night. It's followed by another and another. You need light to see what's going on. You rush up the steps and grab a candelabra, and you race back down them again. What is at the bottom of the steps is enough to make you want to pass out. Montague is in the center of the chamber of coffins, surrounded by half a dozen shadowy figures. They're almost bird-like, but they all have red, glowing eyes. Montague calls back at you in alarm.
Your candle. Slide it to me. Burning a vampire is one of the ways to kill it. As for you, use the swords. Whatever you do not let them bite you.
Do not let them bite you and use the sword. Okay, or burn them. You toss him the candle and he catches it. He shoves it in the faces of the creatures and they shrink back in fear. 4 of them shrink back so far that they turn their eyes onto you. You step back. The creatures are staggering your way, their jaws opening and closing menacingly. You're sure you are about to be attacked. There must be some way to kill the creatures. But you gave up your fire to Montague. You need to think of a solution and quickly. Turn over sheet 7 now so that it shows the vampires. Oh my gosh, it's a whole family of vampires. Do we need this anymore? All right, let's just put our vampires out. So this is the scary family of vampires here. Or whatever they are. All right, so we've done that. Then it says, place your weapon or weapons onto the sheet. No part of the weapon should extend off the sheet. So we've got a bottom sword. And a top sword. All right, let me read this again. Put your weapons onto the sheet. No part of the weapon should extend off the sheet. Okay. Slice vampires at the bottom of the white. This seems like we're going to cut these guys' heads. Sorry. This seems like we're going to cut these guys' heads with this one. And these guys' heads with this one, right? I mean, or is it like this? Those vampires at the top edge. I mean, I don't, however you want to say it. Is that what it's asking? Kill the vampires needs a 2-digit number. So it looks like maybe these it looks like maybe the 2-digit number is going to be formed by these things being top sword, bottom sword. So it feels to me like it's going to be numbers formed by this. Like, is it saying the number is 23? Place your weapon or weapons onto the street. You think it's these weapons? Onto the sheet. No part of the weapons. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's all of these weapons we can use. But then... what is this nonsense? Place your weapon or weapons onto the sheet. I mean, I guess, is it... what are we supposed to have? There must be some way to kill them. You need to think of a solution. I don't get it. You think I was right? We just do this guy up here. And this guy up here. I don't know about this. Does seem like we could cut up their heads this way with these swords. We have these swords? This doesn't seem right, does it? What if... is it like... this is weird. Nicholas says, I'd try 23 before overthinking this. All right. Seems weird to me. Let's try it before we overthink it. Okay. Kill the vampires needs a 2-digit number. All right, so I'm going to click it here. I'm going to type 23 and we're going to see what happens. With quivering hands, you slice. 4 heads fall to the ground, yet the bodies still stand, stepping further towards you. You glance over to Montague for help, but he's being swarmed by a mob of the creatures. With a final yell, he smashes the candle into one of them, and the entire mass goes up in flames. The last you see of Montague is buried under a mound of burning vampires. You want to go back for him, but with the flames growing, you know it isn't safe. There's only one way out of here now, and it's up the stairs where you found the candle, away from the flames and away from the creatures. You race up the steps and find a disturbing sight. 3 doors sit before you. That means there are 3 possible ways you could go, and you don't want to take the wrong turn, as the creatures could be right behind you. And the flames and the smoke are bound to spread this way. Go ahead and make your choice where to go. Choose the left path, choose the center path, which needs 2 numbers, or choose the right path. Well, that seems like a trick question to me. Where do we recognize that door from? Was that the door we saw? It's not quite the door on the box. Sort of is, though. It looks very similar to it. Looks similar to that door there, or whatever that is. Well, this seems like that was very strange that those swords killed them. Now the question is, what do we do here? This could be the end of the game for us. Why would we know what code to put in there? I see something odd, like there's a cut in the left-hand door knocker. So we could go left or right. It seems like we have no reason to prefer one or the other. The middle one needs 2 numbers. Nicola's going to know the answer to this. Is the cardboard in the door thicker? Let me look at this box again. I don't see anything on the box that helps us. Jonathan Warner says, my guess is we go down each side passage and solve a puzzle. Use the answers from both to solve the middle one. That's a very interesting idea. Did Nicola have an idea as well? Let's see. Nicola says, I'd go with 23. We already did that. Okay. Is the cardboard in the door thicker? I'm not sure what that means. I mean, shall we just go down one of the hallways and see what happens? Let's just choose one of them. Go left first, see what happens. All right, let's try it. Maybe Jonathan Warner is right, or maybe we get killed here. Okay, so I picked left, and so I type left. See what happens. You choose the passage to the left. The passageway twists and turns, growing darker with each and every foot. It's so dark and still. Suddenly, a shriek comes from out of the darkness. You feel the sting of something sinking into your shoulder. You fall back, feeling a bit of blood beginning to seep down your arm. Oh my God, choose one player to be bitten by the creature. That player should place the vampire fangs into their mouth for the remainder of the game. If they remove them before the end of the game, subtract 5 minutes. You race out of the darkness and back into the main passage. Were you bitten by the creature? You can't be sure. It was too dark. But there is a mark on your shoulder. The sooner you get out of here, the better. You need to find a way out of here, and quickly. It appears that the left passage was not the way to go. Uh, that guy got us. It doesn't seem like we learned anything about how to enter the code, though. So that theory seems to be null and void. Is there a code hidden in here, in this image somewhere? In the flames. In the door image. In the stones. We just got bit. Does anyone see something? Nicholas says, I suppose this could just be for theming. Maybe whatever door you choose first, you get this. All right, well, let's go right, and then we'll see what happens. Gonna get bit again is what's gonna happen here. Oh, let's see. The stone pathway leads into the dark. Before sloping downwards again, you start to panic. This is not the way you want to be headed. It ends sharply in a dead end, however. There are markings on the wall. You make a note of these, then head back to the beginning. Apparently, this is not the way out. The shrieks of the creatures and the smell of smoke is coming closer. Coffin 7 minus PV. Coffin 5 NO. Coffin 3 CJ. Coffin 1 HA. Coffin 6 FE. Are these telling us where these coffins get laid out to mean something? Let's try this. It says Coffin 7 PV. Coffin 5 NO. Coffin 1 HA. Coffin 2 G and arrow. Coffin 4 TZ. Coffin 3 CJ. Coffin 8 is not specified. Coffin 6 FE. Why is coffin 8 not specified? What does that mean? Does this spell out something? 2-digit code? That's a 4. Where do you see the 4? Oh, 4, I see. 47. Okay, 47, I see. 4, 7. Okay. So you were right. You had to go down the pathways to get that. Then you do this. Then you get the code. Jonathan Warner reminds us that the word sinister, suggestive of darkness or evil, comes from a Latin word meaning on the left. So we never should have gone left. Okay. So now we're going to go out the middle. And we type the code 47. That. You open the center door. A staircase stands on the other side. You eye the smoke seeping up the steps behind you, and you figure this might be the best way to safety, up these stairs. At the very top of the steps is a familiar form, Beth. But she isn't acting herself. She seems tired, sunken, perhaps a bit hungry. She leads you into a massive chamber where a large and ornate throne hides in the shadows. She lowers a veil over her face and sinks into the throne. We should have killed her.
Come, sit with me. You've had a long night. Just relax here and let me get you something to calm you down. You look so flushed. All that blood pulsing through your veins, I suppose. Let me help you take care of that.
Yikes, we should have killed her. If we had killed her, would our game be done now? We would be safe. You want to sit down with her or to celebrate catching up to her and saving yet another agent, but this isn't right. It's obvious she's quite different. Could this all stem from that vampire bite she had in the cemetery? You look at your objects. Surely something you have could confirm if she is a vampire or not. Turn over sheet 6 so that side 9 shows. Turn over end. Okay, so we've got our reflection thing. And then this turns over to this. Okay. Reflections can expose vampires. Seems like it probably wants this, right? I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Examine the throne room needs an 8-letter word. Okay. So are these going to combine to get, I don't know how to do this. DJ Moneycut already saw it. Okay. I see these are gonna, looks like they're gonna combine, but in what way? Is there some reflections? TOXIC toxic TY. I'm just reflecting all of these in one way or another. So yeah, so this T become this becomes a T. Maybe you can see it this way. That becomes a T. That becomes an O. That becomes an X. That becomes an I. That becomes a C. Toxicity. Okay. So toxicity is our answer, which is an 8-letter word. Toxicity. The vampire queen. When the vampire bit her, it must have been toxic. There must have been some sort of venom to it, something that took a while to take hold. It must have been taking effect this entire time, and now it's consumed her. Your mirror flashes around the room. That's when you know for certain. As you point it in Beth's direction, you can see right through her. It's true. She was bitten by the beasts before she was buried alive, and you unearthed her. You should have listened to Montague from the beginning. You should have abandoned her right away, or worse. She eyes you hungrily and parts her lips. Fangs now sprout, and her eyes begin to shimmer, not unlike the beasts from below. As if to make matters worse, the flames from the chamber below are beginning to climb the steps. The smoke is entering your chamber now. You need to do something to hold her off. You reach into Montague's supplies and pull out the garlic. You hold it out to her to see her reaction.
Get that vile poison away from me!
Oh,
It makes
like
me
it.
run cold. With each passing minute, I grow more sensitive. To light, to smell, to the sound of blood rushing through your veins. Come closer to me. Let me have just one taste. One little sip.
Yikes. She wants to eat us. You have to face the facts. He's a vampire, and very soon you will be too, unless you take some action now. You can't believe what you have to do, but you need to kill this vampire. Turn over card 6 now, so that's side 5 shows. So we've got the stake. That side V. Okay. You know what you have to do. Pierce the vampire. What you need is in blue. Kill the vampire. You need a 6-letter password. So we've got to kill the vampire. We might have other stuff open, so maybe this is still available. Stake them through the heart. I wonder if somehow what you need is in blue. We have a bottle that's blue. Do we have anything else that's blue? I fear that there's some part that I've put away or something. We need a 6-letter password. BOTTLE, bottle. Is that what it is? BOTTLE is our blue bottle. Why would it be bottle though? Stake them through the heart. Check the back to make sure the puncture is complete. Check the back. I see. So is it that if you pierce through the heart, you check the back? There it is. Look, if you pierce her through her heart, DJ Moneycut is a good idea. If you pierce her heart, if you flip it around, you end up on this arrow. And then if you follow the arrow, the answer is impale. That's definitely going to be it. Well done. Okay. IMPALE. Stop the clock. You plunge the stake into Beth. She doesn't scream. She doesn't seem to mind. A small smile crosses her lips as she sinks to the floor. You drop the stake, but at the sound of the howls at the bottom of the steps, you scoop it back up again. You search around the tower. There are windows, but the fall is too far. You need to find some way out before the flames consume you. A crash comes from the other end of the room as stone blocks tumble out of the darkness. A form stands there in the darkness waiting for you. You hold the stake into the air, ready to take down the beast, until you realize who it is. It's Simon. He's come back for you. He pulls you through the hole in the wall and down a crumbling set of steps deeper into the earth. A door stands up at the far end, where the early morning glow is starting to shine through. He pulls you through the door and out of the castle.
Oh, you're alive. Quick, we gotta go. I had to come back for you. Just get rid of that horrible smell of garlic, okay? And drop that steak on the ground. You don't need it where we're going. You did it. You made it out alive.
You don't drop the stake, though. You keep it clutched tightly as you make your way across the bridge and back through the cemetery. You even keep it close when you get back to headquarters. You aren't sure you'll ever go anywhere without it again. Boss isn't thrilled about the fact that only one of the 3 agents was recovered, but he was even less thrilled when it became apparent that Simon had also been bitten on his ankle. He's shuttled off to a hospital, but you just pass off your instructions on vampire killing to the boss and head home. Depending on the choices you made in the game, you may have found yourself being bitten by a vampire as well. Luckily, the doctors check, and it turns out you were bitten, but it was a bat's bite, not the bite of a vampire. Makes you take a sigh of relief. At least you won't turn out like Beth. You get the call a few days later. There's something interesting in Montague's case that you need to see. A red ruby is sketched inside one of his notebooks. The name of Ruby of Romania is sketched next to it. You don't see what's so important until the boss puts down a flyer next to it. A new museum exhibit has just opened up featuring that very ruby. You look up in alarm. What are the chances of a rare ruby from the late 1800s showing up suddenly in 2022? You don't even need the boss to say it. You know what you'll be doing next. You're going to need to steal that ruby. Thank you so much for playing. If you'd like to continue on with us, our next mission, Escape Jewel Heist, launches 2 months from now. In this massive game, you'll have 3 chapters to play through. A well-guarded museum exhibit is open featuring jewels that have been stolen from history and need to be returned. To do so, you'll have to pull off an impossible heist in the galleries of the Royal Museum, dodge security cameras, rebuild dinosaur skeletons, and discover forgeries in this massive new game. Escape the Ripper, escape the Mothman. Click here and how to reset. Well, we did it. That was a serious game. 5 hours and 40 minutes. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, refresh our tea and coffee, and then we'll have a very brief discussion of the game. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Actually, really would like to hear your thoughts. It's games like, there's some times when I'm not exactly sure where I fall, and this is one of those, so I would like to hear what you all think. We'll talk in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back for our final thoughts. The channel wanted me to see what would happen if we tried to kill Beth. Let's see. Chapter 2. So I guess it was before Chapter 2? Unlock the coffin. Unlock the door. Okay, so we chose to save Beth and leave Montague. All right, let's see what happens if we stay with Montague and take care of Beth. You choose to side with Montague. He's right. She has been bitten by a vampire. You don't want to see her hurt, but it's better her than you. You whisper as much to Montague. He nods solemnly. However, a ring comes to your emit communicator. It's from the agency. The timing can't be good. All right, so if you try to kill her, you get a little alert from your agency saying, I guess we've been watching you. You can't do it. Let's listen to it.
Agents, is Oscar. The boss and I have been monitoring your progress remotely, and I feel as if I need to step in here. Did you really just authorize the execution of another emit agent? Based on what? A creepy bite? A fairy tale about vampires? The word of some strange man with a vaguely cowboy Mickey Rourke accent? I'm glad that you're making responsible choices, but we can't go about murdering people. So, we're gonna ask you to stay with Beth and let Montague go off and do his thing. Hiring him was a mistake. I can see that now. Could this all just be a giant blunder making you stay with her? Of course. But then again, you are in a horror game, and people don't tend to make wise decisions in games like that. But due to your wishes for self-preservation, we're going to give you some help that you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. In the second chapter, there are going to be 3 paths to choose from. Do not take the left path. Okay, remember that. Make note of it. And then get back to the cemetery.
That's weird. That was weird. Okay, let's see what the chat says. John says, I enjoyed the art, multimedia elements did feel like it was invoking a creepy atmosphere. Switching between the text paragraphs to the videos, every web page maybe overstayed its welcome just a little bit. Maybe a couple less videos, but a few longer ones. DJ Moneycut says, no broken puzzles or ridiculously unfair ones. That puts it ahead of a lot of games. Time travel seemed unnecessary. John said, had the fun choice at the beginning. I suspect it was a false choice, but still fun, which we just confirmed. I really like the puzzle where you had to listen to the graveyard sounds. Jonathan Warner says, I think I would recommend this game to puzzle fans who want a creepy experience. DJ Moneycut said, challenge level varied a lot. Some quite easy, some tough ones too. I thought for sure the 11-letter word was Transylvania, so they got me with that one. Delia says, I enjoyed this one. The setup seemed to be more time-consuming than our usual games, but once that's done, it really felt smooth, including working with the website. Nicholas says, strictly an escape room style game with good and varied puzzles and good theme. Videos added a lot to the atmosphere, simple but effective, well made. I like the mechanic of flipping the sheets of paper to change scenario. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say I was pleasantly surprised. I did not have much hope for it. We've now played it almost 6 hours. It was a very full length game with a bunch of varied puzzles. And there were a couple of unique, interesting things. The flipping of cards was quite interesting. Now, what does it really get you though? I mean, I'm not sure it does much other than save some paper, right? You'd be just as well off having people retrieve a new sheet from an envelope. But I mean, you have to admire I guess I guess maybe another way to say it is sort of as an experience, there's a lot of experience packed in here in addition to puzzle. The website had a lot of multimedia, a lot of work went into making this game. Their 35th game or something. There was a lot of work that went in here, a lot of video clips. Now, soon all those video clips could be made with AI. There's just sort of generic stock art for the most part. But that's a pretty impressive amount of work to be put into this game. And not only that, but sort of the cutting out of stuff, the spatial moving stuff around, the use of the box art and stuff on the box as part of the puzzles. Multimedia audio puzzle there was. The prop for the teeth was actually used in a puzzle. So a huge amount of variety that was incorporated in the game to make it more of an experience. And so I think it really did succeed with that. And the puzzles were not trivial. I think some of those puzzles are going to really give people some trouble. Some of those, whether it was the spatial one or that constraint satisfaction, which I enjoyed, but I could see really giving people some trouble. But it's got a good built-in hint system, so you got to give it credit for that. Occasionally, some of the puzzles seemed weird. Like this one with these two swords that cut the things that made words. They're a little bit weird. Some of them. They didn't all work, but they weren't all... I mean, if you had to go to a hint, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. And just some clever thinking out of the box. The piercing of people through the heart. How you had to figure out it went to the instruction things. Sort of a very custom experience. I do think that the going back and forth to the website for the little small snippets might, for those of us who play these games and like the analog experience of tabletop, maybe forced us to go to the website a little too often. I did like that for all the puzzles, it was constrained. Like we knew what form the answer had to be in, and that really helped us. And I liked, again, part of this thing of making it an experience. I liked the elements of choice. Like that was a fun moment where we had to choose whether to kill her or believe the guy or not. And choosing which order to do a puzzle in was kind of fun. And not knowing which pieces go together to solve a puzzle, that's something Deadbolt does quite well and was done here. Yeah, I would say as a total experience, pretty good. Now, it's a very different experience narratively than the Deadbolt Mystery Society, which tend to be much more text heavy and more. This one was more like a small snippet, solve a puzzle, small snippet, website, solve a puzzle, small snippet. Somehow it feels a little different than Deadbolt Mystery Society, which feels like maybe longer. I don't know if it's right that there's longer amounts of text. DJ Monica, should we look at the solution for the sword puzzle? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to find it. So I'm gonna skip trying to. I was able to find the Beth one because I just backed up, but to go forward is a lot more work. Maybe a little bit more focused on spatial stuff than I love, the sliding puzzle and stuff. But I'm pretty impressed. I would play another one of these games for sure. Maybe break it up into multiple sessions, though. They were saying the Jewel Heist one is even longer. Yeah, impressive experience game. I think that's right. Maybe more of a varied multimedia manipulation thing than we're used to with Deadbolt, which tends to be straightforward puzzles and narrative. Okay. Well, pleasant surprise. Pleasantly impressed, not recommended for people who are totally new to the escape room genre. These are a little tricky. Interesting, not bad. Okay, maybe tomorrow we'll play a Deadbolt Mystery Society game, Fall of the House of Asher. I'm not sure, it depends on how much sleep I get. But was well suited for our Halloween October playthroughs. Thank you for joining me. It was fun this was a real team effort, and it was fun to share the experience with all of you. I'll see you next time.